Hey, Flo here. Just getting started for a sunrise stream of sorts. It was like mode to get out here because I thought I forgot my phone. Oh man, I was all the way out here getting set up and I was like, where's my phone? That was horrible. But thankfully it was in my car. It just fell in between the seat and the whatever center console thing. So I haven't been streaming the last couple days because the weather's been awful. Finally get a small break in the weather, so at least this morning it's actually not going to be great today either, I think, but at least right now it should be good. So I wanted to do a bunch of Bible reading today because I want to do a few days because I'm not going to be able to do it probably consistently for a while until the weather improves. I don't know if I'm going to want that jacket on or not. I was like literally running back to my car to look for the phone, hoping it would be there, and thankfully it was. I don't run, so to say literally running is pretty significant for me because I don't run anymore. Can't really handle the significant running episodes. Getting too old for that. All right. Let me see. Oh, I have a little catch up to do today. Almost forgot. Let's see. Once again, I have a recording that didn't work. It was actually several streams ago. It worked, but there was missing. I don't know. When the signal is like kind of on the edge, it like cuts out, so you miss like words and sentences sometimes, and that's unacceptable. So that was annoying. Let's see how quickly I can get this working now. I shouldn't have sat down. That was silly. Not really ready. What is happening? Oh, okay. I don't see any mosquitoes out here. I was kind of worried about that. Might have to spray down, but like right now it's just fine. Oh man. Oh, I was wondering why are my pants dirty? It's because I had to run. I was running straight through some bushes looking for to go get my phone, and I didn't have time to find a route through the bushes, so I just went straight through them. There's some burned bushes over there, so I got some charcoal drawings on my pants. Okay, let's not forget what I'm doing here. So for now, I think I have a hack for the Bible reading thing. I need to work on the app a lot though. I don't know what the delay is all about. I have no idea why it has that delay at times. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, I have a hack where I made two versions of the overlay, one on the right, one on the left. I'm going to make it so I can change the side via some button or something eventually, but for now, this is a workaround. It's really hard to get down in this chair. I would love to get a taller chair. Ugh. Ugh. Especially with my back situation, it's been rough lately. Okay. I'm going to switch this here. I don't trust this second phone. I don't know if it's the phone or something else, but it's been having that massive delay. That's not something I can fix easily because I don't really know what's causing that, to be honest. Don't have a clue. All right. So many stupid notifications on my phone. It's ridiculous. All right. Just pray over the reading, then I'll get started. Dear Lord, thank you for the nice break in the weather this morning. Thank you for the rain and stuff, and so far free of fires from the lightning and various things. Just praise you for all that you do, all the stuff that you plan that we don't understand, even with the direction, the wind, and the clouds, and your lightning. We talked about that in Job recently. Going to be reviewing some more Job today because of technical difficulties. Maybe there's a reason for that review. I'm always thankful to read your word again and again, and even just the small breaks are hard sometimes. So thank you that I'm able to get out today and enjoy the sunrise. Pray that you bless anybody that drops by the stream or watches this later. If they need healing in their bodies, I pray that you would meet them in that way, and just show your glory in their lives. If they need some kind of personal breakthrough in their heart, I think that's the most important thing of all, that you would just work. I don't even think we need to doubt that at all. Sometimes we don't know if your will is to heal people physically, but we know for sure that you heal hearts and you turn people to you through Jesus Christ. But I do pray for both in faith that you do that kind of stuff as well. Thank you for today. Pray that you'd help me to read clearly and not be so scrambled in my brain. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. Oh, there's the sunrise. Okay, I need to get this on screen on mode. Same here. All right, today we're going to be reading Job 35 and 36. This is a makeup stream. I did a stream on top of rocks where a couple guys climbed up to those rocks later. It's that one. And these two chapters got a little bit of pieces cut out. This shouldn't be a problem in the future because I'm recording locally, so even if it chops out a little bit, I can restore them later. But anyway, what just happened here? Okay. Job chapter 35. And Elihu went on to say, "Do you think this is just? You say, I am more righteous than God. For you ask, what does it profit me? And what benefit do I gain apart from sin? I will reply to you and to your friends as well. Look to the heavens and see. Gaze at the clouds high above you. If you sin, what do you accomplish against him? If you multiply your transgressions, what do you do to him? If you are righteous, what do you give him? Or what does he receive from your hand? Your wickedness affects only a man like yourself, and your righteousness only a son of man. Men cry out under great oppression, they plead for relief from the arm of the Almighty. But no one asks, where is God my Maker, who gives us songs in the night, who teaches us more than the beasts of the earth, and makes us wiser than the birds of the air? There they cry out, but he does not answer, because of the pride of evil men. Surely God does not listen to empty pleas, and the Almighty does not take note of it. How much less, then, when you say that you do not see him, that your case is before him, and you must wait for him, and further, that in his anger he has not punished or taken much notice of folly. So Job opens his mouth in vain and multiplies words without knowledge. Oh yeah, there's a sun now. Let me check that exposure. That means getting up. It's actually incredibly difficult to get out of this chair. Make sure this looks as good as I can get it. That's probably as good as this camera's gonna do. Oh wait. Oh, my brain don't work. Okay. We're good. It's actually worse to get seated. I need to make or find online some kind of pad I can put under this thing that would help a little bit. Every bit counts. Because the legs dig into the ground and then I just can't. It's just too low at that point. But if I could keep the legs off the ground, or keep them from digging into the ground, it would be fine. Or better. I still can't breathe from all that running. I don't run, and so when I do, it's like, oh, it's too much for me. I haven't caught my breath yet. Job chapter 36. And Elihu continued, bear with me a little longer, and I will show you that there is more to be said on God's behalf. I get my knowledge from afar, and I will ascribe justice to my Maker. For truly my words are free of falsehood. One perfect in knowledge is with you. Indeed, God is mighty, but he despises no one. He is mighty in strength of understanding. He does not keep the wicked alive, but he grants justice to the afflicted. He does not take his eyes off the righteous, but he enthrones them with kings and exalts them forever. And if men are bound with chains, caught in cords of affliction, then he tells them their deeds and how arrogantly they have transgressed. He opens their ears to correction and commands that they turn from iniquity. If they obey and serve him, then they end their days in prosperity and their years in happiness. But if they do not obey, then they perish by the sword and die without knowledge. The godless in heart harbor resentment. Even when he binds them, they do not cry for help. They die in their youth among the male shrine prostitutes. God rescues the afflicted by their affliction and opens their ears in oppression. Indeed, he drew you from the jaws of distress to a spacious and broad place, to a table full of richness. But now you are laden with the judgment due the wicked. Judgment and justice have seized you. Be careful that no one lures you with riches. Do not let a large bribe lead you astray. Can your wealth or all your mighty effort keep you from distress? Do not long for the night when people vanish from their homes. Be careful not to turn to iniquity, for this you have preferred to affliction. Behold, God is exalted in his power. Who is a teacher like him? Who has appointed his way for him or told him, you have done wrong? Remember to magnify his work, which men have praised in song. All mankind has seen it. Men behold it from afar. Indeed, God is great, beyond our knowledge. The number of his years is unsearchable. For he draws up drops of water which distill the rain from the mist, which the clouds pour out and shower abundantly on mankind. Furthermore, who can understand how the clouds spread out, how the thunder roars from his pavilion? See how he scatters his lightning around him and covers the depths of the sea. For by these he judges the nations and provides food in abundance. He fills his hands with lightning and commands it to strike its mark. The thunder declares his presence, even the cattle regard the rising storm. All right, we made it. Okay, I saw one mosquito. I don't know if he's going to come back, but when I see one, that means there's usually more that I just not seeing, because they are very stealthy and they're probably biting me already, so yeah. Guess I'll spray down. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it's better than getting a million mosquito bites. Speaking of insects, actually, you know what? This might be weird, but let's pray for Justin Timberlake. I just learned that he has Lyme disease. Must have got bit by a tick, and I'm out in the outdoors all the time, and I always wonder if I could get that someday, and I don't want to, so I don't want anybody to have it. So let's just pray for him. Dear Father, thank you that you love all of us. Doesn't matter what our estate is in life and what we've done or who we've become or what choices we've made or anything like that. You love the rich and the poor and the powerful and the weak. Everybody in this world, you give a chance to respond to the gospel and to hear the good news and trust in Christ. Pray for Justin Timberlake, the singer. Let's pray that you would give him strength. He has Lyme disease, and Lord, even though he might feel like there's no hope in that and he has lacking energy for his concerts and stuff, and I have no real interest in that, his singing or anything, but I just care for him as a fellow human being, and it's discouraging to hear somebody suffering. I just pray that you would touch his body with your miraculous power and heal him if it's your will, Lord, that he would maybe even turn to you as the result. That's entirely up to you if that's in your plan, but since I just got that revealed to me, I just felt like why not just bring it before you And thank you for whatever you choose to do. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. Let's see. What was I going to do? I was going to grab something over there. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, Lord, please protect us from diseases just from these crazy insects. I don't think that was your initial design. Something went wrong. I don't know if it was the fall or men tampering with genetics or what, but all these crazy diseases going on. I pray that you'd protect us from those things. All right. I was going to get something. I don't remember what it was. I mean, the only thing I can think of is that I was going to maybe check the angle because I'm done with this reading technically. And I like to change the angle every time, but I don't necessarily want to turn away from the sun because that's pretty cool, but I could just move to a slightly different spot or something. Could try. This would be interesting. Never actually tried this really, but I could try. Whoa. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to get mosquito repellent. Okay. I want to see what this is like. I've never done anything like this, but let's see. Where's that? Okay, way over there. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, that should be interesting. Okay. Whew. Whoa. All right. Gonna do another reading. Just change the angle slightly so we can get more variety. I'm pretty sure this will work. I love it that I can sit this far away. Might not look like I'm far away. I'm pretty far away, and I'm pretty sure my wireless mic will work at this range, which is really cool. All right, so we're going to read Genesis 43 to 45 and Luke chapter 11, verses 14 to 54. This will be a long reading, so. Genesis chapter 43. Now the famine was still severe in the land. So when Jacob's sons had eaten all the grain that they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah replied, "The man solemnly warned us, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go. For the man told us, 'You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.' 'Why did you bring this trouble upon me?' Israel asked. 'Why did you tell the man you had another brother?' They replied, 'The man questioned us in detail about ourselves and our family. Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?' And we answered him accordingly. How could we possibly know that he would say, 'Bring your brother here'?" And Judah said to his father Israel, "Send the boy with me, and we will go at once, so that we may live and not die, neither we, nor you, nor our children. I will guarantee his safety. You may hold me personally responsible. If I do not bring him back and set him before you, then may I bear the guilt before you all my life." If we had not delayed, we could have come and gone twice by now. Then their father Israel said to them, "If it must be so, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your packs, and carry them down as a gift for the man. A little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, pistachios and almonds. Take double the silver with you, so that you may return the silver that was put back into the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother as well, and return to the man at once. May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, that he may release your other brother along with Benjamin. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved." These gifts, along with double the amount of silver, and Benjamin as well. Then they hurried down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with his brothers, he said to the steward of his house, "Take these men to my house, slaughter an animal and prepare it, for they shall dine with me at noon." The man did as Joseph had commanded and took the brothers to Joseph's house. But the brothers were frightened that they had been taken to Joseph's house. "We have been brought here because of the silver that was returned in our bags the first time," they said. "They intend to overpower us and take us as slaves, along with our donkeys." So they approached Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance to the house. "Please, sir," they said, "we really did come down here the first time to buy food. But when we came to the place we lodged for the night, we opened our sacks, and behold, each of us found his silver in the mouth of his sack. It was the full amount of our silver, and we have brought it back with us. We have brought additional silver with us to buy food. We do not know who put our silver in our sacks." "It is fine," said the steward. "Do not be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, gave you the treasure that was in your sacks. I received your silver." Then he brought Simeon out to them. And the steward took the men into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provided food for their donkeys. Since the brothers had been told that they were going to eat a meal there, they prepared their gift for Joseph's arrival at noon. When Joseph came home, they presented him with gifts they had brought, and they bowed to the ground before him. He asked if they were well, And then he asked, "How is your elderly father you told me about? Is he still alive?" "Your servant our father is well," they answered. "He is still alive," and they bowed down to honor him. When Joseph looked up and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, "Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about?" Then he declared, "May God be gracious to you, my son." Joseph hurried out because he was moved to tears for his brother, and he went to a private room to weep. Then he washed his face and came back out. Regaining his composure, he said, "Serve the meal." They separately served Joseph, his brothers, and the Egyptians. They ate separately because the Egyptians would not eat with the Hebrews, since that was detestable to them. They were seated before Joseph in order by age, from the firstborn to the youngest, and the men looked at one another in astonishment. When the portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times larger than any of the others. So they feasted and drank freely with Joseph. Yo, Boomer Tester, how's it going? That's kind of funny. I don't know if I've noticed that before. I'm not sure this is what it's saying, but it's kind of funny because I think it's possible that the brothers were looking around at each other in astonishment. They're like what is happening here? Because literally, Benjamin, their youngest brother, had 5 times as much as they'd. I mean, like when you get a double portion of food, that's a lot of food. Like you go back for seconds. Not too many people go back 5 times. And just imagine this, a normal size plate in front of you, and then like the next guy over, he has like this plate that's like a huge mountain of food. I'm guessing. Anyway, it's just funny because it's possible that's why they were looking at each other in astonishment. They're like, what is going on? Why does Benjamin have such a huge plate? Anyway, I don't know if that's the reason why they were looking at each other, but anyway, I just thought that was funny. That's what I was picturing. It's just like they're going, they probably have smiles on their faces like, oh, like what? Anyway, I like it. Sounds like how I eat. Nice. Yeah, I know a few people like that. Well, my dad's a pretty pretty big eater sometimes. He has been historically, and then my brother-in-law and his sons kind of have that reputation too. But the funny thing is, all of them, like all my brother-in-law and all his family, they're all like very athletic and in good shape and stuff. So I think it's kind of like that thing, like when you're a bodybuilder, you got to eat like 6,000 or 9,000 calories, something crazy like that. My brother-in-law was always in super good shape, so he can probably burn it all off pretty easily. Not me, man. I'm not really a big eater. I'm just a bad eater. Like I eat like terrible food a lot of the time. I mean, it's not that bad. Fortunately, it's kind of a blessing that I don't have money for food because I have to make food at home because I can't afford to eat out. If I had my way, I'd be eating out all the time, and then I'd just be getting mega fat because I don't like to cook. And I don't know, I don't cook that great of food, but I've actually been having a lot of veggies lately. Like I got some corn recently and had corn a bunch, and I like often have cucumbers and red bell peppers and hummus. That's kind of one of my more healthy meals. For a while I was having salads, but man, I can't keep the veggies fresh. I like the even fast food is expensive now. Yeah, fortunately, because of the backlash, like there was that. I mean, thankfully, I think like the people that complain like on all the various social media, honestly, like YouTubers and live streamers, people like us, just like all the backlash they got for like the $25 McDonald's meals, they had to do something about it. So they actually have like some $5 meals now, both at McDonald's and Taco Bell. And Wendy's still has a $6 deal. And so if you're willing to eat those meals, it's not that bad, that's the only way I can eat out anymore because I can't afford anything else. But yeah, if you don't get one of those, pretty ridiculous. And they have like I've never liked Big Macs, but they have like a Big Mac deal going on now. Something like on Tuesdays, or I don't know, some day of the week is cheap Big Mac day. I haven't even tried it yet, but anyway, I'm not really, I don't really like McDonald's, honestly. When you have three boys, fast food's expensive even. Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah, it's just always been me. So I've made it work. I eat out more than some people just because, yeah, it's just one meal instead of 2 meals or 6 meals or however many kids. Yeah, that's crazy. That's amazing to me. Like, my sister has 6 kids, so man, if they ever eat out, that's like, I can't even imagine how much money that would be. That would be insane. All right, let's get to the next chapter. I want to try to get this reading done before the sun gets too far out of frame. All right. Genesis chapter 44. Then Joseph instructed his steward, "Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each one's silver in the mouth of his sack. Put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain." So the steward did as Joseph had instructed. At daybreak the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph told his steward once, and when he overtake them, asked, "Why have you repaid good with evil? Is this not the cup of my master drinks from and uses for divination? What you have done is wicked." When the servant overtook them, he relayed these words to them. "Why does my lord say these things?" they asked. "Your servants could not possibly do such a thing. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver we found in the mouths of our sacks. Why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he must die, and the rest will become slaves of my lord." "As you say," replied the steward, "but only the one who is found with the cup will be my slave, and the rest of you shall be free of blame." So each one quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. The steward searched, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they all tore their clothes, loaded their donkeys, and returned to the city. When Judah and his brothers arrived at Joseph's house, he was still there, and they fell to the ground before him. "What is this deed you have done?" Joseph declared. "Do you not know that a man like me can surely divine the truth?" "What can we say to my lord?" Judah replied. "How can we plead? How can we justify ourselves? God has exposed the iniquity of your servants. We are now my lord's slaves, both we and the one who was found with the cup." But Joseph replied, "Far be it from me to do this. The man who was found with the cup will be my slave. The rest of you may return to your father in peace." Then Judah approached Joseph and said, "Sir, please let your servant speak personally to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, for you are equal to Pharaoh himself. My lord asked his servants, 'Do you have a father or a brother?' And we answered, 'We have an elderly father and a younger brother, the child of his old age. The boy's brother is dead. He is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves him.' Then you told your servants, 'Bring him down to me so that I can see him for myself.' So we said to my lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father. If he were to leave, his father would die.' But you said to your servants, 'Unless your younger brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again. Now, when we returned to your servant, my father, we relayed your words to him. Then our father said, 'Go back and buy us some food.' But we answered, 'We cannot go down there unless our younger brother goes with us. So if our younger brother is not with us, we cannot see the man.' And your servant my father said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. When one of them was gone, I said, Surely he has been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. Now, if you also take this one from me, and harm comes to him, you will bring my gray hair down to Sheol in sorrow. So if the boy is not with us when I return to your servant, and if my father, whose life is wrapped up in the boy's life, sees that the boy is not with us, he will die. Then your servants will have brought the gray hair of your servant our father down to Sheol in sorrow. Indeed, your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father, saying, If I do not return him to you, I will bear the guilt before you, my father, all my life. Now please, let your servant stay here as my lord's slave in place of the boy. Let him return with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father without the boy? I could not bear to see the misery that would overwhelm him." All right. One more chapter in Genesis, and then we got a long chapter in Luke. Or, it's not even the whole chapter, but it's a long chapter anyway. Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Send everyone away from me." So none of them were with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers. But he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household soon heard of it. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" But they were unable to answer him because they were terrified in his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Please, come near me." And they did so. "I am Joseph, your brother," he said, "the one you sold into Egypt. And now, do not be distressed or angry with yourselves that you sold me into this place, because it was to save lives that God sent me before you. For the famine has covered the land these 2 years, and there will be 5 more years without plowing or harvesting. God sent me before you to preserve you as a remnant on earth and to save your lives by a great deliverance. Therefore it was not you who sent me here, but God, who has made me a father to Pharaoh, lord of all his household, and ruler over all the land of Egypt. Now return quickly to my father and tell him, 'This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me without delay. You shall settle in the land of Goshen and be near me, you and your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, and everything you own. And there I will provide for you, because there will be 5 more years of famine. Otherwise, you and your household and everything you own will come to destitution. Behold, you and my brother Benjamin can see that I, Joseph, am the one speaking with you. Tell my father about all my splendor in Egypt and everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly." Then Joseph threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept, and Benjamin wept as they embraced. Joseph kissed each of his brothers as he wept over them, and afterward his brothers talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's house that Joseph's brothers had come, Pharaoh and his servants were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do as follows. Load your animals and return to the land of Canaan. Then bring your father and your families and return to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you shall eat from the fat of the land." You are also directed to tell them, Take wagons from the land of Egypt for your young children and your wives, and bring your father and come back. But pay no regard to your belongings, for the best of all the land of Egypt is yours." So the sons of Israel did as they were told. Joseph gave them wagons as Pharaoh had instructed, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. He gave new garments to each of them, but to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothes. And he sent to his father the following: 10 donkeys loaded with the best of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and provisions for his father's journey. Then Joseph sent his brothers on their way, and as they were leaving, he said to them, "Do not quarrel on the way." So the brothers went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. "Joseph is still alive," they said, "and he is ruler over all the land of Egypt." But Jacob was stunned, for he did not believe them. However, when they relayed all that Joseph had told them, and when he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob was revived. "Enough," declared Israel. "My son Joseph is still alive. I will go to see him before I die." Oh, man. Hey, wrong. How's it going? Smasheth that liketh. Jesus probably would have said it. Yeah. I'm not a King James guy, so I get the joke, but it's also ironic because obviously, yeah, Jesus didn't speak in Elizabethan English, but some people think that he did. But yeah, I'm definitely not a King James only guy. That's for sure. Do need a drink though. Haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't seen anybody on Rumble for ages. I don't know. I think there was like a hype, an initial hype of, people joining Rumble after some big key figures migrated over there, and then it's kind of the same with Kick and Rumble. They're big, fairly successful platforms, and like right in the initial stage, like a bunch of people were there and chat was hyped up and it was fun. Now it's just kind of feels dead to me, to be honest. But I'm glad you're still around. It's good to see you. You're wrong. It's a big thing around here, very divided on what translation to use. Yeah. I actually know, like, scientifically for a fact, like I've done the research that that King James Version is not, divinely inspired, such that, because the problem with the King James only cult is what it is, to be honest. It's absolutely a cult. Is they actually believe, this is insane, but you actually talk to them, that some of them are so extreme that they believe that the King James actually supersedes the original Greek and Hebrew. Like, it's better than the original. It's like, oh my goodness. Now, I don't have any problem with the King James. It's a perfectly good translation. I'm not against it, but to say that it's the new standard. So what? Everybody in every other language that's been translated doesn't have a proper Bible because they don't have the King James. I mean, it's just, you just think about it with a really basic logic, and it makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, yeah, it's a cult. Like, if you're, I'm not reads the King James is bad, because that's not true at all. Like, you can choose any version that you want, except for a couple that are pretty bad, and there's nothing wrong with that. But to say that it's the only one and you're not saved if you don't read from the King James, it's so wrong. And I would actually recommend, universally, if you go to a church that believes that much extreme, you're in the wrong church, period. I can say that with confidence without feeling judgmental or, slightly fringe or dangerous in my statement. That's fact. If you go to a church that preaches that King James only, and it's like kind of in a condemning toward anyone else who doesn't read it, you're in the wrong church. Period. That's just the way it is. Look into it, and I'm pretty sure that you'll agree. But yeah, again, I don't have anything wrong with the King James. I just have some severe problems with people that take it that far. My main translation is NLT, but I will cross-reference with other translations, so I'm having a hard time understanding. Yeah, same here. I think that's the best way to go, because each one has like a different voice to it. And I actually read the NLT for quite a while too. I've read a lot of them. I read the NIV when I was a kid, just because it was easy and it was really popular back in those days. My favorite is my two favorites. Actually, there's three favorites. My favorite is the NASB, New American Standard. My second favorite is the ESV. My third favorite is the New King James. I don't personally like the old King James because it's actually outdated. Like there's actually there's this guy Matt. I think his name is Matt Ward. I don't know. Anyway, there's this guy on YouTube that's actually analyzed it, and I watched a lot of his videos. He's a very intelligent guy. There's actually a lot of he calls them false friends. They're basically words that mean something different now than when they originally were written in the King James. So when we read it now with our understanding of English, we're actually misinterpreting the intention of the text, because the words have either gone completely opposite of what they used to mean, or they've just shifted their meaning over time. So it's important to have the translation that matches your actual language, and our English language has changed drastically over time. So all three are very solid. New King James is a great translation for cross-referencing verses. Yeah, totally. And my version of choice is the BSB, which is the Berean Standard Bible, and it's not necessarily because I think it's the best. It's because I'm very irritated, actually passionately angry. I feel like it's a pointless man's anger. I think it's very bad that they have copyrights on all of those Bibles, that they limit the use of the Word of God, claiming it as their own, as if they own it, and they tell you what you can do and what you cannot do with it. It makes me very angry. So I chose to read the Berean Standard Bible on my channel because it's in the public domain, so they can't come after me for reading the Bible on the internet. Believe it or not, it's illegal. What I'm doing right here, if I read the ESV, NASB, New King James, NIV, NLT, pretty much anyone you can think of, that would literally be illegal, what I'm doing right now, if I read those. But can you imagine that? I could actually get sued, technically probably arrested or something. I mean, they're probably not going to find me and do that, but the fact that it's kind of like, about the same as like something like, watching reaction videos on YouTube or Twitch. It's technically, you're not supposed to, or play, popular music in the background on your stream. It's kind of like that. Like you can get in trouble for it, and it just made me super angry. So I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna find a open source Bible. Really have to pay attention to what YouTubers use. Yeah, well, to be specific, you can read certain portions of scripture without permission. But what I'm doing, I'm reading the entire Bible, and so there's a couple limitations. Every single one of those has a copyright in the front of it, and it says you can't read an entire book of the Bible in its entirety, and you definitely can't read the whole Bible, which is what I'm doing. But you also have to have it be less than 50% of the content of whatever you're producing, whether it's publishing on paper or on a stream or video. So if I were to read like half a chapter, which you can't read I think it's 500 verses, or I don't know, there's some limitations on each one, has a different number, but go over that number and you're breaking their rules and stuff. And so you have to have like at least 50% commentary, more words commentary than the actual words. Anyway, there's all these really stupid rules. I'm certain Mike Winger uses multiple translations, though I know he uses an app he pays for. Maybe it comes with some rights. Yeah. And it's really, you have to ask for permission, but they actually generally won't give it to you unless you're someone of great importance, or you have to pay for the rights, just like, publishers. But the point is you have to ask, and generally speaking, they're not going to respond, take the time to respond, or if they do, they'll just say no or whatever. Somebody be like Mike Winger, he is pretty influential. He might have special permissions, but he also doesn't just straight up read the Bible. He reads passages, but he'll also like talk about them and stuff. So I think he can fly under the radar. But like what I'm doing is literally just straight up reading the whole Bible. So that's technically illegal if you do it with one of those copyrighted texts. So, but actually, I do like the Berean Standard Bible. I wouldn't say it's the best, but I've so far not come across any verses that I object, and I like how it reads. It's comparable to the CSB, I think, the Christian Standard Bible. So it's not like super literal like the King James or the NASB, but it's also not like super loose, functional like the NIV or the Living. So it's somewhere in the middle, and I like it. Anyway. Whew, man, I'm having a hard time breathing today. I'm still recovering from a little run I did. Forgot my phone in my car. I thought I left it at home, and I was like panicking, and I don't run anymore. I actually used to be a runner when I was in high school. But man, you stop running for, decades and don't keep up the shape. It's a whole different discipline than like hiking. Like I can hike all day. But I can't run anymore. The idea that it has to be transformative works to read the Bible on a live stream video. I mean, yeah, it makes me very annoyed. And chances are that nobody is gonna do anything about it, but they could. Like they could do a copyright strike on my channel, and I'd have to like either take my content down, or like they'd get all the earnings or whatever from my videos, which, that's kind of a joke on my channel because I don't make money I don't monetize my content or anything. Couldn't if I wanted to. But yeah, still, it's just more the principle of it. It just makes me annoyed because like the time is short. Jesus is coming soon. The world is falling apart. And yet there's these greedy people that think they need to limit how the Bible is used. Now, in reality, to be perfectly fair, I don't know if there's ever been a case where somebody has actually been sued or copyright striked. Maybe just a law that's not enforced, but I don't know. Anyway, it's just the idea of it bothers me though. So the air quality is low here today. It's a 55 moderate. PM 2.5. Yeah, to me 55 isn't bad at all. Like I've been in 200. Now I'm not saying that's good for me or anything, but because of I've actually been in 250 to 300 before when it's really bad, but definitely in the 150 to 180 range I've seen. One of my live streams a while back, I was streaming when there was a wildfire blowing in. It was really smoky in the background, and it was starting to affect me, so I couldn't stay out super long, but Yeah, I've kind of gotten used to it because there's so many wildfires all the time every year. It's super annoying. There are Canadian wildfires at the moment, so it may explain why you're having difficulty. Oh, yeah, that could be. I mean, I still think it's because I was running, but yeah, that you could be right. I didn't even really think of that. There is a little bit of I don't know if it's smoke. It might just be morning fog or haze, but yeah, it's definitely not like completely clear. It's had a little bit of smog, I guess. It kind of looks cool though. Actually makes the sunrises and sunsets more spectacular. But all right, so I'm gonna ignore chat just for one more chapter here, and then I might do more readings, but I'm gonna move somewhere else and take a break. But I have one more long chapter in Luke, and then I'll take another break. No, don't apologize. That's what live streaming is all about, man. I just, and I'm especially thankful to have you here, good friend. It's very, very much my pleasure and joy. It's more just, I kind of wanted to get the reading done while the sun was still in the frame, because it's actually pretty cool, in my opinion, to have I have the thumbnails of each chapter of the Bible that I'm putting on my second WordHike channel, and it's kind of cool to see animations in the frames, like sun coming up. I have a couple of them. Pretty cool. Anyway, that's the only real reason. Otherwise, I'm not in a rush or anything. Luke chapter 11, starting in verse 14. One day Jesus was driving out a demon that was mute, and when the demon was gone, the man who had been mute spoke. The crowds were amazed, but some of them said, "It is by Beelzebul, the prince of the demons, that he drives out demons." And others tested him by demanding a sign from heaven. Knowing their thoughts, Jesus said to them, "Every kingdom divided against itself will be laid waste, and a house divided against a house will fall. If Satan is divided against himself, how can his kingdom stand? After all, you say that I drive out demons by Beelzebul, and if I drive out demons by Beelzebul, by whom do your sons drive them out? So then they will be your judges. But if I drive out demons by the finger of God, then the kingdom of God has come upon you. When a strong man, fully armed, guards his house, his possessions are secure. But when someone stronger attacks and overpowers him, he takes away the armor in which the man trusted, and then he divides up his plunder. He who is not with me is against me. Gather with me scatters. When an unclean spirit comes out of a man, it passes through arid places seeking rest and does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. On its return, it finds the house swept clean and put in order. Then it goes and brings 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they go in and dwell there. And the final plight of that man is worse than the first. As Jesus was saying these things, a woman in the crowd raised her voice and said, Blessed is the womb that bore you, and blessed are the breasts that nursed you. But he replied, Blessed rather are those who hear the word of God and obey it. As the crowds were increasing, Jesus said, This is a wicked generation. It demands a sign, but none will be given it except the sign of Jonah. For as Jonah was a sign to the Ninevites, so the Son of Man will be a sign to this generation. The queen of the south will rise at the judgment with the men of this generation and condemn them. For she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and now one greater than Solomon is here. The men of Nineveh will stand at the generation and condemn it. For they repented at the preaching of Jonah, and now one greater than Jonah is here. No one lights a lamp and puts it in a cellar or under a basket. Instead, he sets it on a stand so those who enter can see the light. Your eye is the lamp of the body, of your body. When your eyes are good, your whole body also is full of light. But when they are bad, your body is full of darkness. Be careful then that the light within you is not darkness. So if your whole body is full of light, with no part of it in darkness, you will be radiant as though a lamp were shining on you. As Jesus was speaking, a Pharisee invited him to dine with him, so he went in and reclined at the table. But the Pharisee was surprised to see that Jesus did not first wash before the meal. Now then, said the Lord, you Pharisees clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside you are full of greed and wickedness. You fools! Did not the one who made the outside make the inside as well? But give as alms the things that are within you, and you will see that everything is clean for you. Woe to you, Pharisees! You pay tithes of mint, rue, and every herb, but you disregard justice and the love of God. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former. Woe to you, Pharisees! You love the chief seats in the synagogues and the greetings in the marketplaces. Woe to you, for you are like unmarked graves, which men walk noticing. One of the experts in the law told him, Teacher, when you say these things, you insult us as well. Woe to you as well, experts in the law, he replied. You weigh men down with heavy burdens, but you yourselves will not lift a finger to lighten their load. Woe to you! You build tombs for the prophets, but it was your fathers who killed them. So you are witnesses consenting to the deeds of your fathers. They killed the prophets, and you build their tombs. Because of this, the wisdom of God said, I will send them prophets and apostles. Some of them they will kill, and others they will persecute. As a result, this generation will be charged with the blood of all the prophets that has been shed since the foundation of the world, from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah, who was killed between the altar and the sanctuary. Yes, I tell you, all of it will be charged to this generation. Woe to you, experts in the law, for you have taken away the key to knowledge. You yourselves have not entered, and you have hindered those who were entering. As Jesus went on from there, they opposed him bitterly and to ply him with questions about many things, waiting to catch him in something he might say. Boomer Tester says this verse is so sobering. Yeah, I'm not sure which verse you mean, but because I was reading through the whole thing, but all that stuff about the scribes and the Pharisees and stuff, a lot of people just say like, yeah, Jesus, you go get them, those are the bad guys, and they condemn them. But then there's that parable that Jesus says, the one that's justified is not the one who says, oh, thank you, Lord, that I'm not like this sinner here, but rather the one who beats his chest and says, oh, Lord, I'm not even worthy to look you in the face, but, please have mercy on me, So we really should have an attitude of humility and not just look at people with sin in their lives and say, oh, I'm just glad I'm not like them. I'm so much better. And it's the same with the Pharisees. I think it's actually more appropriate when we read that kind of stuff in Scripture to, like you were just saying, like feeling convicted, like, I see little bits of myself in these villains, and, Lord, help me not to as like I think David said in Psalm 51, or let the truth be found in my inmost parts. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence. Those kinds of things that are the more the right attitude toward God. As he says, he will, what's the words? basically the proud, the proud are not going to have a good place with him. He's going to put them in their place, but the humble, he will lift them up. So yeah, we shouldn't be putting ourselves in a position higher than we ought to. That's why I see so much in humility in Scripture, especially in Jesus's preaching, that a lot of people these days I think are missing. Like the people that I've met in the streaming world, they tend to be kind of a condemning voice, and I don't know. It kind of irks me because to me, humility is one of the most important virtues, I think, because it kind of encompasses so many of the others. And like the thing that bothers me the most is the whole alpha movement. God for this, I haven't seen that nearly as much lately, but like when I first joined DLive and the whole, I'm not going to name names, but there's certain influencers that were trying to push that whole alpha movement and the whole beta. Oh, you're just a beta. That whole thing, that is so not scriptural. That's like the opposite of what Jesus preaches. And yet they were saying, like, they were claiming Christianity as part of their, identity, but they were saying, you gotta be an alpha. It's like, oh my goodness, I hated that. But thankfully I haven't heard so much of that lately. It's definitely not biblical. That's for sure. It's often us we're supposed to point this criticism inward and search ourselves. Exactly. Yeah. It's hard to do though, because you have to actually be intentional about it, because it's not necessarily like you have to train yourself in that to do that. To when you read scripture, not to, cause it's often easy to like say, oh, my wife needs to hear this verse, or my husband needs to hear this verse, or this person that I know that verse is for them, rather than like, seeing it as a mirror reflecting our own faults. And not that we're supposed to just like always be, hating ourselves or something like that, but it should, reflect back to ourselves and see what we need to work on and stuff like that. Actually, I don't find it discouraging necessarily. It is, like you said, sobering, but at the same time, I find it a joy when I learn something new that, sometimes it can be overwhelming when it's like every day you're like, oh, something else I need to work on, But to some degree, I find it a great joy to discover something that I can actually, improve on and change. Unfortunately, I'm super weak and I feel unable to enact the things that I want to do. So I just have to like fall on the throne of grace, to use Christianese, I guess. But just I have to plead with God, like there's all these things that you're putting in front of me as I'm reading your word, and I don't feel like I'm capable of doing the things that you ask. So Lord, please give me the strength to do it each day, because it's kind of like that guy that said, Jesus said, don't you believe? And the man says, I do believe, but help my unbelief. It's that kind of attitude where it's like, yeah, I want to try to do the things that please you, Lord, but I know like tomorrow and today and every day I just seemingly can't do it. So, just help me to do it. Galatians 6:1, brothers and sisters, if someone is caught in sin, you who live by the Spirit should restore that person gently, but watch yourselves or you also may be tempted. Yeah, and the one that I like a lot too, I can't remember, I think it's in Philippians, but let's see, it's let me think of it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, work out your salvation with fear and trembling. But a lot of people stop there, but in my opinion, the most important thing is the next verse, or the next part. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling, for it is God who works in you to do what pleases him. Something like verses, but so basically, like, work out your salvation. So like work on it, you actually have a part to play, but it's God who is working in you to do what he desires. So in other words, like, you can't really do it. Like, you definitely can't work to earn your salvation. That's not what it's saying. But you do have to, like, work at it. But the good news is that God is in you. He's working through you to do the things that please him. And I find that incredibly encouraging. I'm doing a study on Philippians with a group online. It's been very challenging. Nice. Yeah, I've always liked the short, I don't know what to call them, the epistles like that, basically from 1 Corinthians through Timothy and through Timothy, I guess. I mean, all of them are good, but like, there's so many nuggets in those shorter ones because they're like just so poignant. Like, they're short, just a few chapters, but there's like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, basically, it's very convicting, but at the same time, it's just like take from it, like, without digging too deep, like, there's just like, oh, there's a verse that I need to work on. It's like straight in your face. Rather than, like, for example, like Romans, I find a little bit harder to swallow because it's a lot of like really deep theology stuff, and I've never been overly good at theology and understanding complicated things. So for me, it's actually harder to read something like Romans or Hebrews because they're so deep with stuff. It's the John MacArthur series. We're doing 1 Corinthians after this. Nice. Yeah. My personal favorites are Peter, James, and John. And it's kind of interesting. Part of it's just an attitude of like, I know that they were the ones that were closest to Jesus. Like, they were his kind of top tier apostles that were always near him, kind of his inner circle. So I feel like they absorbed more of what his teaching, and they weren't necessarily better apostles. They made some of the dumbest mistakes out of all the apostles, but I feel like their writing is just very intimate rather than like being super theological, which I'm not saying theology is bad, but it's more like Jesus was my intimate friend. Like, I feel like I get that from their writing, especially John. So John, 1 John, 2 John, and Revelation. I don't know. I just really like his writing in particular. But I feel like he talks a lot about Jesus's nature, which, that's also theology, but it's in a different kind of theology in the sense that it's like, I know Jesus and like, he's my friend. Like, I love him so much. And that's the kind of theology that comes across to me. He knows Jesus so well. He knows so much about him, and his nature and his divinity and stuff. And that just shines through the text. All right, I need to take a break. I think I probably would help to stand too. This just like, I'm trying to like sit up, because if I were to like actually lean back in this chair, it's actually pretty comfy if I can keep it upright, but it'll flip me backwards. But I think I could probably breathe better if I was a little bit more extended like this. Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. I have a friend in Jesus. I don't know if that's what you're referencing, but there's this funny song out on the internet. It's kind of a meme. It's called Jesus is my friend. And the way this guy has a mullet, and I think he has a mullet anyway. It's kind of hilarious. Anyway, okay, I'm going to get up. I don't know if I know that song though. I have a friend in Jesus. I can't think of what that. I don't think I know that song, or it's not. It's not ringing a bell at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick actual break. Sunseed, yep, that's it. It's hilarious. Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take my mic off because I need to go use the bathroom. TMI, but it's just the way it is. I'm a human being. Be right back. Can listen to the birds for a second. Maybe. Whew. Me how to walk. Oh man, it's funny. Okay. All right, I'm gonna relocate. I see a place. I mean, this looks kind of cool with those different smoky layers. Actually, the more I look at what is going on, the more I realize you're very right. It's quite smoggy. I don't think it's like a dangerous level here, but it certainly could be affecting my breathing. But I saw this place over here that I want to move to and do another Bible reading. Haha. People probably think I'm a complete freak at this point. I think I've probably scared away most of the people that might have watched me from the past just because I'm like all about reading the Bible these days, but oh well, I don't care. It's not that I want them to go away, but I think that's probably what's going on. I'll leave all my junk over here. I'm probably just gonna stay up here for a few hours. Like, it's supposed to have like some rain showers. Actually, you know what? This is way farther than I thought. General Portland area has a better air quality index than our location. Yeah, it might be worse where I'm at currently. I don't know, but I haven't looked recently. But it looks worse today than it has. So something the wind must have shifted. I was just gonna walk over here with just my tripod, but I think I'm gonna get everything because it's a little bit farther away than I thought. So let me go grab my backpack and other junk so I don't have to go back and forth. I might get lucky and there won't be a thunderstorm, but there's been a ton of thunderstorms lately. And so I haven't been able to get outside much lately. Like there's been little periods of time that's free of weather conditions, but it just comes back like this. I get outside or I go somewhere, and then as soon as I get there it starts raining or whatever. So I've just been kind of waiting for all this stuff to roll through, and I have a bunch of outdoor chores I need to do. One of them I might do later today if it stays nice, but have a little bit of a woodworking repair I need to do, so I might live stream that if it works out, but I don't know. We'll see. Oh, so many things I need to grab. It sucks. I wish I could simplify my IRL setup because I have to carry a ton of stuff. It's kind of ridiculous. But I don't know. It used to be that I carried a bunch of stuff that I didn't even use, but these days I pretty much use everything I bring, so can't really simplify much more than I already have. Unless I came up with a completely different setup, it would be nice if I could simplify further. And like if I had something like a Raspberry Pi or something like that, like a tiny PC that's portable. I don't know. I don't even think I can simplify it that much because I have to have some kind of battery. And the more stuff like that I have, the bigger battery I would need. So I would maybe simplify some parts of the gear, but then I'd have to carry around a giant battery bank. Anyway, I'm on top of a big volcano as usual. All this red stuff is lava. This white stuff here is actually, or yellow white stuff is actually pumice, or like sand that's very lightweight. Anyway, I think there's a good spot over here. Actually, these flowers are kind of cool. Wonder if I could take advantage of that somehow. Wish I could get the flowers in the shot. I could get these ones in the shot, I guess. It's a Puma Man, not Pumice Man. It's Puma Man. I don't think I know that reference. Alright. Oh. I don't remember the name of the channel, but have you seen that? I don't know if it just came out or I just saw it, but Weird Al just made a video, I think. Or it's not on his channel, it's on somebody else's channel. He does a lot of that, like, I don't know what you call it, but just sniping other people's channels or special appearances. But basically, it's this video where somebody made, or it's a fake video game. It's not an actual video game, but it's like kind of a what if. It's like the premise of the video is that they discovered this old video game from the actual NES, and it's a Weird Al video game, but it's not true. But it's kind of funny. Anyway, if you haven't seen that, you should check it out. Just search for like Weird Al NES game on YouTube. It's a funny video. Creating IRL streaming setup would be interesting. Yeah, I still want to try the yay, it's Stream Boo. Yay. Boom. Stream Boo. Goodbye. All right, we can get some of these flowers in the shot. That'll be cool. Check it out for sure. Sounds fun. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. It's a funny video. I sent it to my high school buddies. I actually wasn't that big of a Weird Al fan. I mean, I liked him mainly because my friends were so into him, but I wasn't like them where I had all the lyrics memorized and everything. But yeah, I guess you'd call me a fan, but I didn't have like all his albums like they did. I was just kind of a secondhand fan, I guess. But of course, UHF, I was all about that, that's for sure. I want the worst viewers. What services for that? Basically, yeah, you probably already have a lot of those. Like just the oh man, there's so many platforms that promote spam viewers. I've been getting a lot of that. Basically, everybody on Rumble and Kick and Twitch for me lately. I mean, there's a few people, actually humans, that come by, but I get so many of those like Discord follow bot things. Oh my goodness, I just ban them instantly now. I used to just like, whatever, not worry about it. I just ban them now. It's just a waste of time. They're not even real people, like at least if it was a person, you can talk to them or something, but it's just so pointless. Weird Al has aged well. His work has stood the test of time, exemplified by his sold-out live shows. Yeah, there's this girl on Kick, Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube now. She used to just stream on a couple platforms, but she's expanded. Her name is Captain Jen _E. I've been enjoying her streams. She's kind of one of the only streams that I actually watch fairly regularly. She streams almost every day. But part of the reason is because she's into like our generation of cultural stuff. So she watches like old like 80s and 90s TV shows and stuff. It's kind of funny. So she's always referencing that stuff. She sings kind of older music from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and some new stuff too. But yeah, it's just fun. And she's young, but she appreciates old people stuff, I guess. I don't know why, but anyway, she's really into Weird Al too. She knows all of the Weird Al songs and sings them fairly often. It's pretty fun. She's also a ventriloquist, which is hilarious. I have this assumption now that everyone who is partnered in any way is view botting. It does seem that way. It's lame. Like I've seen people with literally hundreds, if not thousands of viewers, and there's nobody in chat. Like nobody's chatting at all. It's very obvious. Old people stuff. That's me. Yeah, same here. Yup. All right. This seems like a good spot. Let me have to decide where to put I guess I could go either side on the text for this layout. Feels almost like a requirement. I know, it's lame. I don't know. I feel like the whole streaming, what do you call it? Culture or interest in streaming in general is kind of just falling off, in my opinion. I mean, I know there's still successful streamers out there, like not just view botters, but like actually successful streamers, but I don't know, it's not nearly like it was back in the golden era of COVID time. It's kind of boring, honestly. Like I don't hardly get any viewers most of the time. It's kind of boring, but it's also kind of boring to watch other streamers because if you're there, you're kind of the only one talking a lot of the time, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just not the same. Even streamers I enjoy, they'll have a healthy chat, but not reflective of their views. Yeah, it definitely seems. The thing that I don't get is what good does that do? Like, what good does that actually do? Unless you're on a platform like Kick that pays you based on your metrics. Like, it's fake. Like, what good does the fake stuff do? It doesn't. I don't know. I don't get it. It's not something I would ever even consider. I figure if I can't actually succeed, I'm not going to fake it, and I don't want to succeed unless it's real. Like, just, I don't know, the fake metrics and stuff. If that's the only way to succeed, like, even if, let's say there's potential in me, like, and I just need to get discovered or something. Even if that's true, which I know it's not, to be perfectly frank, I'm not being negative. It's just, I already know that. It's been proven. Even if that was true, I would not want to go through that phase of doing the fake stuff just so that I can get discovered by the right people. I would refuse to do that. It's just so stupid. I don't care if that's what you have to do. I would never do it. I'd rather be completely, have no viewers and undiscovered forever. Let's see. I think I will sit over on the left, and let's see if I can get the thing on the right here. Bible left. Okay, chat overlay is going to go away, but I can still see chat. I'm going to sit over that way just a tad. That'll work. Yeah, I refuse. I refuse to do that. Play that game. It kind of sucks though, because, like, okay, I'm not a good example because I'm never gonna, like, make it as far as a streamer goes. But there are some people who are probably, like, some of the streamers that I supported in the past that I really wanted to succeed. Let's say, like, you guys, JXO, Soft Ego, Jacob Muir Music from Australia. Some of these guys that you guys are all super talented. You deserve to succeed. Gives a Minute's another example. Doing stuff that should be able to self-support from live streaming, because you're actually got talent there, but you're not able to quite make it over that hump of full-time streamer or whatever, supporting from just the content creation. So it sucks that it probably does take that stupid artificial inflation step just to succeed. But yeah, I don't know. It's dumb. I hate that it's like that. JXO is actually still streaming. He's on Twitch. I don't actually drop by his stream. I should. I'm following him, and I'm on his. I think I'm actually on his Discord, but yeah, he's still out there. If you want to stop by sometime, he's still doing it. I think he just applied. Yeah, I'm on his Discord. He just applied for his partner and got rejected for whatever stupid reason. So he was disappointed about that. I'm sure he'll apply again and whatever. Hopefully make it or whatever, you know. Okay, I like it. I like this angle up here a little bit better so I can see what's behind. Even though it was cool to show the flowers, I think I want to look down a little bit more. I'm way overthinking this, but I like to get good angles if I can. Yeah, I bet that yeah, now that you mention the smoke, I'm almost certain that's definitely affecting me now. Now, of course, Gen C is still going strong as far as I know. I don't know if she's pulling the numbers like she used to, but thanks for letting me know. I just followed him on Twitch. Yeah, no worries. I should stop by his stream sometime and say hi. I've done it a couple times, but not. Actually, I think this is even cooler. Yeah, sorry for all this pointless deliberation, but I was trying to get this overview because I think it looks pretty nice. So let me see if I can get that angle just right. And I can sit on that little pile over there. Hopefully it supports me. How dare you not constantly entertain me? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever entertained anybody, to be honest. I'm not really an entertainer. Ironically, I should be good at streaming. I think if I would have done it earlier in life, because I was always like a class clown, kind of goofball, able to like just make a fool of myself. I don't really do that anymore, but I have that whole nonsense humor going, and I could throw that on and like just be a goofball and be more successful, but I don't know. I'm actually still like that with my good friends. Like we just joke around like crazy when we're together, but I don't know, I can't seem to make that happen in streaming, and I just don't even want to. I don't really care. I don't want to be popular. Let's see, I need to turn that the other way and then I'm good. Okay, good enough. Make sure the overlay is showing. Bible left, yes. Okay, we're good. This needs to turn that way. Oh, weird. Some type of, I think it's just a slug. Some type of grubby thing on the ground. I've never seen anything quite like that. Yeah, I'm honestly struggling quite a bit socially lately. All my friends are back in Portland and far away, and I've made like two kind of friends here that I thought I was really going to hit it off with. One guy was going through the same life struggles as me, and I thought it could really be an encouragement to him, and I've been trying to stay in contact, but he's just kind of, I don't know, seems like he doesn't really care that much about staying in contact, so it's kind of one-sided. And another guy, I think, I would consider him a friend, but I don't know, he's older, and I don't know if we'll hang out much, but we've gone on a couple hikes, which has been cool. But I don't know, it's really hard to find friends when you're older. It's just not the same as like back when high school and college, when you just naturally gravitate toward each other because of common interests or hobbies. I don't know. When you're old, it's just, yeah, anyway, it's really hard to make friends these days. It's super lonely all the time. Might find this interesting. I set up a Plex server for music to get off of Spotify. It's been fun to tinker into it. Can relate. I've been struggling to find IRL friends. Yeah, it sucks to move, because like if I didn't move, I definitely would have just hung out with my same high school friends. We've been friends for, I don't even want to say how long, decades. we were hanging out like pretty much every Friday, and like my best friend, he's still single like me, and we would hang out like sometimes 2 or 3 times a week, So, I did it to myself by moving away in that sense. But I just figured, eventually I'd meet somebody. Actually, you know what? There's this one guy. I can't find people that have the same level of interest in connecting that I do, though. Like, there's this one guy that I see all the time because I live near enough, like some, town-ish area. And so I go there to get groceries and whatnot, and I see this guy there, like, all the time. Like, I don't know, it's very often. So I just started talking to him, and we kind of became friends, I guess, but like I can't actually get him to commit to being an actual friend. Like I've literally just told him like, hey, seems like we see each other all the time. Let's just be friends. I know it sounds weird or awkward, but it's like, how else do you become friends unless you just make it, just express your intentions. And so I gave him my number and stuff and was hoping he'd text me and maybe we'd hang out or something, but it's like, nope. I don't know, it's weird. I don't get it. I've been maybe 3 here that I do things with outside of church. Yeah, it's the same with me. The church I was going to for a while, it's all old people pretty much, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it's hard to like have a friend, like a true, genuine friend that's in a completely different situation or generation. Like, I mean, I'm talking like way older, like even older than my parents, a lot of them. So I can treat them like my brothers and sisters in Christ and stuff, but like as far as like hanging out, hey, let's hang out, let's go on a hike, or let's play a video game, or let's, no way. They're not going to do that. So yeah, it's just maybe invite him to something. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wish he would just text me though, because I don't have his number, and I'm not a very forward, intimidating person. I like to leave it in people's. I like to leave the ball in, what do you call it? The ball in their court. I give them enough information to make it very clear that I'm interested. But if they don't respond, then I feel like I'm forcing myself on them. So I'd rather let them show some initiative as well, like I express my side of the coin. Like, I'm very interested, here's my number, call me anytime, let's hang out. But if they don't, then that to me is like, it shows that they either have a boundary, that they're not willing to cross, or there's something to it. Like, I don't know. I invite my friends to stuff and then pressure or bribe them to show up. I mean, if he was genuinely my friend, I would force it, like my friends in Portland, sometimes they don't, like my friends in Portland, other than one, I have 3 friends. Only one of them contacts me pretty much ever, but I force myself on the others because they're my best friends. Like, I just say, it's unacceptable if you don't ever talk to me again. I won't let that happen because they're that good at friends. I'm not going to just let them fade away, But somebody that I just met, I feel like it's weird to be that forceful with it, or I just have to let them ease into it, you know what I mean? I had one friend like that, fellow musician. We got along so well when we were together, but it was hard to get him to do things regularly. Yeah. I think, yeah. This guy that I'm talking about that I see in town or whatever all the time, he's also in the same situation as me, so I know it's literally from the Lord. Like, I don't even know if he's really a believer, but like he's really struggling in life just like me, and I'm older and I guess you could say wiser, not really, but basically we're kind of in the same situation, and so I know I can be a blessing to him. I want to help him move on, to get in a good position in his life and not get discouraged. And I know that he could help me as well, just kind of help each other and just be friends and stuff. And so I really want it to work out, but yeah, I can't make it happen. If somebody doesn't want to do something, you can't just like force them or whatever. But I was thinking this is weird, but I could take advantage of social services just with him. Maybe that's the basis of our friendship. He's very poor, at kind of like me. He doesn't have a job and struggling in many different ways. And so I thought, well, maybe I could go to the soup kitchen with him, and that'll be the basis of our friendship, just whatever. But anyway, it is what it is. We'll see. The other friend that, like, I can't even say all the stuff that's going on with this other guy, but I guess I can say generics because I'm not saying who he is, and but there's this guy that is going through the same crap that I went through about 16 years ago. Just absolute hell stuff. And I went through the exact same thing. And God literally gave me power, like Holy Spirit power, supreme, to connect with this guy. Like boldness, wisdom, love, grace. Like he gave me like the fruit of his spirit just specifically for this guy. And it was such a blessing to me to see that God was working in my life in that way to help this guy, to be an encouragement to him. But then he isn't responding to me. So I'm just like, oh, well, that's discouraging. But yeah, you're right. I should just like invite him to grab a bite to eat or some coffee. Yeah, I should do that with both of those guys, to be honest. The one what I was just talking about, the guy who's going through crap, I actually have his number, so I can text him, and I should probably just do that. The thing is, I did that about a week ago. I said, hey, I hope your week went okay in spite of all the stuff you're going through, and like zero response. It's like, I feel like there's a lot of people these days, even like people in the, like my friends and family and stuff, that just, I think it's a thing. It's like a endemic, whatever, this thing that people just don't they don't respond or they don't communicate well. Like, they just don't communicate. I feel like societal communication has just taken a massive dump in the last 10 years. I don't know, it's very irritating to me. So what I did recently with a friend who just lost his dad, who he was taking care of. I invited him out for coffee. We ended up connecting, and I prayed for him at the end. Yeah, that's what I did too. Here's the story. Like I went to this guy and I said, I need to talk to you, dude to dude. And God orchestrated it. It was amazing. It's a huge story. I can't tell all the details because I feel like it's confidential and I can't share, even though nobody knows who he is. So I'm not going to share the details, but God did this miraculous thing to pull it together. It's amazing. And we ended up talking, like I met him at like 7 p.m. or something. And we ended up talking for like 5 hours straight, just heart to heart, like really just laying it all out there. And we went out to eat at this restaurant that's open really late and everything. And so I thought, oh, cool. We're like best buds now or whatever, this is just from the Lord. And then ever since that happened, I haven't heard a word from him. So I don't know if he's just like really going through really hard time. I told him I'd be praying for him, and I have been, like, all the time. But since that happened, I haven't heard a word from him, and I've texted him, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, but if anybody thinks about him, just I won't give his name, but if you could pray for him, he's going through the ringer, and his life is just being upended. And I really thought that I could be a blessing to him, and maybe God still has plans for something, and I just need to be patient. But anyway, men especially need godly community. We internalize a lot, and it's good to let it out with a safe group of godly men. Yeah, I agree. I like small, very small groups. I was actually part of what we called it a triad. It was just three guys, and we met for many years together, or I don't know, many years, but several years, like every week or at least once a month, and just shared how our lives were going. And yeah, that was a really awesome church that I was part of a long time ago, and I haven't found guys like that recently, but yeah, I'm always looking for that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of men aren't willing to go that deep. I'm like no limits to the depth I'll go. In fact, I've never met somebody that will go to the depth that I want to go. Like usually they'll kind of fall short and feel a little bit uncomfortable because I want to, take it further and like open up all the areas of my soul, and most guys don't like to do that. But yeah, I'm all about that, always have been. But yeah, it's been a tough season. I haven't really had guys like that recently. So when I met that guy just recently that I was talking about, I thought, oh sweet, this is it, this is the beginning of a new thing. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Whew, man, I'm still like I don't know if you've ever been in high altitude. It feels like the high altitude thing where you have to like breathe more often to get enough oxygen or something. It's weird. It probably is because of the smoke, because I'm not that high up really. I wish there was a way to offer that to the streaming community. The thing that's awkward about it is there's always like an unlimited audience kind of a thing going on, but I don't know, the streaming thing just generally, like I'm live streaming and I can share anything from my heart as deep as I want, and I don't feel like it's a big deal. Even though I'm just talking to one person, a friend, there could be like a bunch of other people lurking, and that's kind of weird. But it doesn't bother me, but for other people that would be a serious problem, because you shouldn't really broadcast all your private struggles and secrets and spiritual journey necessarily with the entire world. In my particular case, I'm not bothered by that, but I don't think it would work in like a small group situation. You'd have to do it like on Discord or something like that. Not make, oh, let's use it for content. I hate that. Like, oh, that'll be great content. It's like, nah, it's not content. But yeah. We live in high altitude, high-ish. Yeah, same here. I mean, even like that area out there where the trees are flat, below all the mountains, that's actually pretty high as well. And then I'm higher up than that. So it's not like I'm not up high, but I mean, I've climbed mountains a lot higher than this and been fine. So I don't think it's really the altitude that's affecting me. It probably is the smoke. Or I mean, honestly, that running that I did earlier just kind of wrecked me. I'm still messed up, but I've toyed with the idea of having a Discord men's small group where we do video calls every other week and stay in touch with the Discord server. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd be open for that if you, I mean, I'd just talk with you, honestly, if you wanted to do that. If that's something that you'd be interested in, I'd do it, for sure, with you specifically. And if you had another guy or something that I don't know yet, and and they'd be comfortable, that's fine. But you know, if you wanted to do something like that, I'm all for it, but no pressure. It's definitely not the same. Like, it's hard to do things on the internet. It's not the same as being in the same room and sharing space and reading all the body language and just feeling that closeness. But it's not nothing either. So it's better than not doing anything. So anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm totally available for the world. Like, I know it sounds arrogant, like I think I'm somebody special. I'm not at all, but I'm here. The whole reason I'm streaming is because I know Jesus and I want to share him with other people. And the best way I know how to do that is reading the Bible. But if there's people that need something different, like they want to do it, you know, I mean, I hope there's people that lurk and are really lonely and have no real world friends, and they're encouraged by something that I do, but no one's really ever told me that. But I'm here for those people, because I'm one of those people. You know, I've always been a loner, outcast kind of person, and I've seen so many people in the streaming world that have that same, you know, difficulty in life, and so I'm here for them, you know, but I don't know how to express that or what to do about it. But, you know, hopefully the Lord uses my willingness to be there and bless somebody out there somewhere. I don't know. I have an accountability call every week with my former brother-in-law. I would catch up, share what God is teaching us, and then pray on the call with each other. That's cool. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing that a triad thing that I had. That's pretty cool that you do that. Anyway, I think I'm gonna try to do the reading. Figure out what the next one is anyway. Not to cut off the conversation if you had more to say. Did I actually read that, Luke? I think I did. I'm also losing my voice a little bit because I'm talking too much. I don't really talk at all in life anymore because I don't have anybody to talk to. So when I actually do talk for an extended period of time, I like start losing my voice. I keep distracting you. That's a good thing. That's why I'm here. I'm here to connect with people. If I didn't want distractions, I wouldn't live stream. Distracting isn't even the right word. It's like you're conversing with me. You're befriending me. Alright, let me get a drink and then I'll try to do another reading. I'm going to do as many readings as I can until I see the clouds rolling in, probably. Because at some point today there's supposed to be a thunderstorm rolling in. Maybe I'll see it from a distance and keep going until it starts getting too close for comfort or something. So I want to do a bunch of readings because it's going to be stormy for a while. So this might be my one day I can get some of this in. Oh, I should check the battery. Spit. I should make sure that this is plugged in and isn't gonna just suddenly die. Looks like it's going fine. Should probably dig in for my day job. I'll lurk until you go offline. All right, thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good day at work. All right. That's a cool angle there too. These flowers are, I might do that angle after this one once I'm done with this reading. I can just do every angle and do like 20 angles on this one spot. Are you on Discord though? I can share an invite to my server if you want to connect that way. Yeah, you did that already and then it expired, so I was going to text you and let you know about that, but usually when I want to text people, it's like in the middle of the night because I sleep all day and I'm up all night, so I don't want to text people and wake them up. So, but yeah, if you text me another link or something, I can try not to wait so long before they expire. I forgot that those things expired, so I didn't do it right away, and then it was too late. But anyway, but yeah, feel free to send me another link on text or whatever. All right, let's see what the next reading is. I don't really do much on Discord. I don't log in very often, but if I know there's somebody that connects that way, then I actually would. Every time I log in, there's like nothing to do there, so I don't really use it that much. But yeah, if I had an actual person to talk to there, I would probably log in more often. I don't have the app. I don't use the app because I don't like having apps on my phone. Plus, I've heard bad things about Discord. It's kind of a data harvesting thing. So I got rid of the app, but I do log in on the website occasionally. Text it to you and it expires in 7 days. All right, yeah, I'll definitely click on it before then. Thanks. Thank you very much. I will see you around if I don't talk to you later today or whatever. Okay, we got Genesis. I didn't even do a speed test up here. I just kind of assumed it was good. I hope it's not going to cut out. It should be good. I'm like really line of sight to a cell tower, so it should be fine. I have that thing where I've been talking so much, I get the little cracklies in my voice and little pop noises, which drive me insane, but oh well. I don't have the app either, just use desktop. Yeah, same. All right, cool. Thanks, man. I'll let you lurk. I'll stop distracting you from from lurk mode. Okay. So the next reading is going to be Genesis 46 to 47 and Matthew 13. This one should be relatively quick. I get the little burpees too. I hate it when I'm about to burp right when I'm reading. It's like I can't. If I make some stupid noise or something happens like that, I feel like I have to read the whole chapter again because I'm trying to get clean recordings of each chapter that I can cut apart and upload to my second channel. And so it's really annoying when my mouth isn't working. Okay, here we go. Genesis chapter 46. So Israel set out with all that he had, and when he came to Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And that night God spoke to Israel in a vision. "Jacob, Jacob," he said. "Here I am," replied Jacob. "I am God," he said, "the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will surely bring you back, and Joseph's own hands will close your eyes." Then Jacob departed from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel took their father Jacob in the wagons of Pharaoh. I messed it up. Even though it's a small mistake, I'm going to start over. It doesn't say of Pharaoh, it just said their father Jacob in the wagons Pharaoh had sent. I have a hard time, just like my reading comprehension is really bad, so I struggle with this stuff. But I'm not, if I had to do like perfect readings like they do on the actual professional audio Bibles, you have no idea how many times I'd have to read this. Probably like 20 times to get it, like the cadence nice and, uninterrupted and no mistakes. I'm guessing those professional readers can probably do it in one or two takes. I don't know actually how long it takes them, but I think of that for myself because I have a lot of audio Bibles. If I had to make an audio Bible, like an actual legit one, I can't even imagine how long it would take. It would be insane. But I'm not shooting for that level of perfection. I just want to have relatively good readings, so I'll start over since I'm not that far into it. So Israel set out with all that he had, and when he came to Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And that night God spoke to Israel in a vision. "Jacob, Jacob," he said. "Here I am," replied Jacob. "I am God," he said, "the God of your father. Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down with you to Egypt, and I will surely bring you back, and Joseph's own hands will close your eyes." Then Jacob departed from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel took their father Jacob in the wagons Pharaoh had sent to carry him, along with their children and wives. They also took the livestock and possessions they had acquired in the land of Canaan, and Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt. Jacob took with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons, and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring. Now these are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants, who went to Egypt. Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez, Hezron, and Hamul. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Puva, Job, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Jaleel. These are the sons of Leah born to Jacob in Padan Aram, in addition to his daughter Dinah. The total number of sons and daughters was 33. The sons of Gad, Ziphion, Haggai, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Erodi, and Ereli. The children of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and their sister Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malchiel. These are the sons of Jacob born to Zilpah, whom Laban gave to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph in the land of Egypt by Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mupim, Hupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel born to Jacob, 14 in all. The son of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, Guni, Jezer, and Shillem. These are the sons of Jacob born to Bilhah, whom Laban gave to his daughter Rachel, 7 in all. All those belonging to Jacob who came to Egypt, his direct descendants, besides the wives of Jacob's sons, numbered 66 persons. And with the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt, the members of Jacob's family who went to Egypt were 70 in all. Now Jacob had sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen. When Jacob's family arrived in the land of Goshen, Joseph prepared his chariot and went there to meet his father Israel. Joseph presented himself to him, embraced him, and wept profusely. Then Israel said to Joseph, "Finally, I can die now that I have seen your face and know that you are still alive." Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and inform Pharaoh. My brothers and my father's household from the land of Canaan have come to me. The men are shepherds, they raise livestock, and they have brought their flocks and herds and all that they own. When Pharaoh summons you and asks, 'What is your occupation?' you are to say, 'Your servants have raised livestock ever since our youth, both we and our fathers.' Then you will be allowed to settle in the land of Goshen, since all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians." Yeah, it's actually very smoky. I don't know where the fires are because I'm not aware of any around here, so it probably is blowing in from quite a distance. Struggling a little bit because this phone that I have has a case on it, and it's one of those cases that has like a plastic cover on the front, and it's kind of scratched and very reflective. I'm having a hard time seeing the screen when I'm reading. I can see myself like almost as a perfect mirror on there. Genesis chapter 47. So Joseph went and told Pharaoh, "My father and my brothers, with their flocks and herds and all they own, have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen." And he chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. "What is your occupation?" Pharaoh asked Joseph's brothers. "Your servants are shepherds," they replied, "both we and our fathers." Then they said to Pharaoh, "We have come to live in the land for a time, because there is no pasture for the flocks of your servants, since the famine in the land of Canaan has been severe. So now, please allow your servants to settle in the land of Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Now that your father and brothers have come to you, the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and brothers in the best part of the land. They may dwell in the land of Goshen. And if you know of any talented men among them, put them in charge of my own livestock." Then Joseph brought in his father Jacob and presented him before Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. "How many years have you lived?" Pharaoh asked. "My travels have lasted 130 years, Jacob replied. My years have been few and hard, and they have not matched the years of the travels of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and departed from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and brothers in the land of Egypt, and gave them property in the best part of the land, the district of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. Joseph also provided his father and brothers and all his father's household with food for their families. There was no food, however, in all that region because the famine was so severe. The lands of Egypt and Canaan had been exhausted by the famine. Joseph collected all the money to be found in the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan in exchange for the grain they were buying, and he brought it into Pharaoh's palace. When the money from the lands of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? For our funds have run out." "Then bring me your livestock," said Joseph. "Since the money is gone, I will sell you food in exchange for your livestock." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their flocks and herds, and their donkeys. Throughout that year, he provided them with food in exchange for all their livestock. When that year was over, they came to him the second year and said, "We cannot hide from our lord that our money is gone and all our livestock belongs to you. There is nothing left for our lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, we and our land as well? Purchase us and our land in exchange for food. Then we, along with our land, will be slaves to Pharaoh. Give us seed that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph acquired for Pharaoh all the land in Egypt. The Egyptians, one and all, sold their fields because the famine was so severe upon them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude from one end of Egypt to the other. However, he did not acquire the priests' portion of the land, for it had been given to them by Pharaoh. They ate the rations that Pharaoh supplied, so they did not sell their land. Then Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have acquired you and your land for Pharaoh this day, here is seed for you to sow in the land. At harvest time you are to give a fifth of it to Pharaoh, and 4/5 will be yours as seed for the field and food for yourselves and your households and children." "You have saved our lives," they said. "We have found favor in our Lord's eyes, and we will be Pharaoh's servants." So Joseph established a law that a fifth of the produce belongs to Pharaoh, and it is in effect in the land of Egypt to this day. Only the priest's land does not belong to Pharaoh. Now the Israelites settled in the land of Egypt in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there and became fruitful and increased greatly in number. And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years, and the length of his life was 147 years. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise to show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I lie down with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me with them." Joseph answered, "I will do as you have requested." "Swear to me," Jacob said. So Joseph swore to him, and Israel bowed in worship at the head of his bed. Definitely losing my voice at this point. Got one more super long chapter. Hopefully I can make it through that. If it keeps getting super bad, this might be the last reading I can do today. It does seem like the smoke is getting worse. Like over there where the sunrise was, it's like really smoky. So it must be blowing in from that direction, I guess. Yeah, it's probably, I don't think it's like a super unhealthy level. Like, I've been in a lot worse than this and been okay. But I'm sure it's not like amazing, great for me, but. Oh, I don't know if I can make it through this super long one. I almost lost it, like at 2/3 through that chapter. I was like, oh, I'm about to croak here. My voice is just nearly gone. Got a crazy long chapter, Matthew 13. Oh, I should check my microphone too. I don't know how long I've been going, but it doesn't last forever, so. What time is it too? It's not that late. I definitely could do more if I don't have, if I can get my voice revived. Sorry for all the bleh. Can't really help it. I like that angle though. I kind of want to get that angle after this. If I can do one more reading at least, that would be it. I mean, that would be the one I would do. There's some other cool stuff over there too that I'd like to go explore and maybe get another. I mean, I could do like tons of readings today. I don't have any real like desire to just stop or anything. I could just keep going. Even if nobody's watching, I don't really care. But my voice might be the limiting factor today. Matthew chapter 13. That same day Jesus went out of the house and sat by the sea. Such large crowds gathered around him that he got into a boat and sat down, while all the people stood on the shore. And he told them many things in parables, saying, A farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was sowing, some seed fell along the path, and the birds came and devoured it. Some fell on rocky ground, where it did not have much soil. It sprang up quickly because the soil was shallow. But when the sun rose, the seedlings were scorched, and they withered because they had no root. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up and choked the seedlings. Still other seed fell on good soil and produced a crop, 100-fold, 60-fold, or 30-fold. He who has ears, let him hear. Then the disciples came to Jesus and asked, Why do you speak to the people in parables? He replied, The knowledge of the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them. Whoever has will be given more, and he will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what he has will be taken away from him. This is why I speak to them in parables. Though seeing, they do not see. Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In them the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled. You will be ever hearing, but never understanding. You will be ever seeing, but never perceiving. For this people's heart has grown callous. They hardly hear with their ears, and they have closed their eyes. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, and turn, and I would heal them. But blessed are your eyes because they see, and your ears because they hear. For truly I tell you, many prophets and righteous men longed to see what you see, but did not see it, and to hear what you hear, but did not hear it. Consider then the parable of the sower. When anyone hears the message of the kingdom, but does not understand it, the evil one comes and snatches away what was sown in his heart. This is the seed sown along the path. The seed sown on rocky ground is the one who hears the word and at once receives it with joy. But since he has no root, he remains for only a season. When trouble or persecution comes because of the word, he quickly falls away. The seed sown among the thorns is the one who hears the word, but the worries of this life and the deceitfulness of wealth choke the word, and it becomes unfruitful. But the seed sown on good soil is the one who hears the word and understands it. He indeed bears fruit and produces a crop, 100-fold, 60-fold, or 30-fold. Jesus put before them another parable. The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while everyone was asleep, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and slipped away. When the wheat sprouted and bore grain, then the weeds also appeared. The owner's servants came to him and said, "Sir, didn't you sow good seed in your field? Where then did the weeds come from?" "An enemy did this," he replied. So the servants asked him, "Do you want us to go and pull them up?" "No," he said, "if you pull the weeds now, you might uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. At that time I will tell the harvesters, first to collect the weeds and tie them in bundles to be burned, then gather the wheat into my barn." He put before them another parable. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed that a man planted in his field. Although it is the smallest of all seeds, yet it grows into the largest of garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and nest in its branches. He told them still another parable. The kingdom of heaven is like leaven that a woman took and mixed into 3 measures of flour until all of it was leavened. Jesus spoke all these things to the crowds in parables. He did not tell them anything without using a parable. So was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet. "I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things hidden since the foundation of the world." Then Jesus dismissed the crowds and went into the house. His disciples came to him and said, "Explain to us the parable of the weeds in the field." He replied, "The one who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, and the good seed represents the sons of the kingdom. The weeds are the sons of the evil one, and the enemy who sows them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, and the harvesters are angels. As the weeds are collected and burned in the fire, so will it be at the end of the age. The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will weed out of his kingdom every cause of sin and all who practice lawlessness. And they will throw them into the fiery furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. He who has ears, let him hear. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field. When a man found it, he hid it again, and in his joy he went and sold all he had and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls. When he found one very precious pearl, he went away and sold all he had and bought it. Once again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was cast into the sea and caught all kinds of fish. When it was full, the men pulled it ashore. Then they sat down and sorted the good fish into containers, but threw the bad away. So will it be at the end of the age. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous, and throw them into the fiery furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Have you understood all these things?" "Yes," they answered. Then he told them, "For this reason, every scribe who has been discipled in the kingdom of heaven is like a homeowner who brings out of his storeroom new treasures as well as old." When Jesus had finished these parables, he withdrew from that place. Coming to his hometown, he taught the people in their synagogue, and they were astonished. "Where did this man get such wisdom and miraculous powers?" they asked. "Isn't this the carpenter's son? Isn't his mother's name Mary? And aren't his brothers James, Joseph, Simon, and Judas? Aren't all his sisters with us as well? Where then did this man get all these things?" Then they took offense at him. But Jesus said to them, "Only in his hometown and in his own household is a prophet without honor." And he did not do many miracles there because of their unbelief. Hey, vampire frog. Oh, man. What's wrong with my voice? I feel like water doesn't do it. It never cuts it. It needs something else. Water never clears my throat. I don't like it that much. Pretty much the only time I drink water is when I'm hiking. Like at home, I don't drink water much. Especially when I'm eating. I can't stand just drinking water with a meal. It's like it doesn't wash anything down. I think if I had something else, I could probably clear my throat and keep going. I don't know if I can make it though. I might try though. I think I'll move the camera over here and point it that way because I like how this looks with these flowers and stuff in the shadows. And if my voice just completely gives out at that point, then I'll maybe call it quits, but I'll at least try it out and about. Actually kind of looks almost better at this low angle. I think it does, yeah. Looks cool. These spots are really nice too with these mounds because then my chair isn't so low to the ground because my legs are like down on the side of the lower area. It's a lot easier to get up from the stupid chair. This is a cool angle too, right there, but I don't know, I kind of like this down here. It's not very stable though. I don't know if I can make it through this whole next reading with smoky throat. I don't even know what it is. A smoky throat. Almost got social stream support working in LiveJoiner. Nice. Noise. How would that work? Like how would, I don't really, not really in the frame of mind to comprehend, but like, does that mean like you on your server side has to have like the, I don't know, like the social stream unique ID or something? I had to contact them via Discord to get help with it. The guy who made it, yeah, Steve, he's like super nice. Although I don't think he likes me anymore. I used to talk to him quite a bit, and now he doesn't like me anymore. I think it's probably a conspiracy theory. He's really busy, man. He has so many, I don't know how much time you spend on his Discord, but he has like so many people asking a million questions, and he like responds sometimes within minutes. It's like amazing. I don't know how he ever gets any sleep. It's ridiculous. You just paste your session ID. Nice. That's cool. So you'd still have to keep, like on my end, the streamer's end, you'd still have to keep open all the tabs with social stream and whatnot, and then it would just push it to LiveJoiner or whatever, I'm assuming. Okay, let me check this again. Yeah, I guess that's fine, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, you just need to keep the tabs open on the platforms that aren't available. Yeah, and then eventually you'll probably get them all supported anyway, and then wouldn't need to use social stream. It's I can't even believe how many platforms he has supported. It's probably a massive pain in the butt, to be honest, for him to like maintain all that, because as far as I can tell, it's kind of just him doing it. There might be like a couple other guys that do a little bit, but like it seems like he's always the one answering questions on Discord, so it sort of seems like he's a one-man show. And as far as I know, like maybe he has plans to eventually produce a product that he charges for, but like all this time he's not charging anything. I don't know how I don't know if he's just passionate about the idea enough to do it for free, but like he has to pay for like the servers and stuff, so it's not like it's not free for him. So I'm assuming he has like a full-time job to keep him going, I guess, and he just does this on the side. I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of crazy. Well, I don't know, because like I know what you're saying, the turn server or whatever you call it, but apparently they're not like dirt cheap. And when you have like, I mean, there's a lot of people using his service. It's not like just a niche thing, because he's the only service in the entire streaming sphere, the entire world. Out of billions of people, there's one person on the entire planet doing what he does. Because Restream doesn't do it. Like Restream only supports, a handful of platforms. And there's a ton of people using his product, so I think he has to have kind of a more upgraded service. He was talking about it at one point on Discord, talking about how it is pretty expensive. So yeah. I don't know. You might be a little bit naive about it, not to say that you don't know, but maybe you haven't actually looked into the scaling of what he has to do for how many people are using it, because I'm pretty sure he was saying how it's pretty expensive because of what it requires, but like the thing is though, like, you know how it is, like, unless you force a service, like, in other words, you can't start out for free and then force people to start paying. They just won't do it. So it's almost like he's kind of doomed himself from the beginning. Because even though I really like his service, I don't know that I would just start paying for it unless I got I don't currently have a job, so I can't afford it. I would love to help somebody that's helping me and stuff. It's definitely a service that's worth money. I just don't have any money. That's the problem with me. But yeah, he has like one of those coffee links, but yeah, how many people actually click on that? I bet he's not making much at all, to be honest. I don't know. You could ask him, but I think last time I heard he's basically losing money on the thing. But anyway, I don't know. I feel I wouldn't be too surprised if he eventually burns out. I mean, I'm not trying to speak for him or anything, but man, he's just he's doing a lot for people, and I don't know how much compensation he gets, but 28% toward 1,500 per month goal. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm on his side. Like, I'd love to see him. Same with you. I'd love to see you reach your goal and fulfill your dream and whatever. It's hard, man, because you're talking about people that don't really make money. Like, they're, as you know, you don't need me to tell you this, but like, the top 1% of streamers are the only ones who actually make money from it. The rest of us literally don't make any money from it. So we're kind of the worst clients you could possibly look for. We're poor. We're just hobbyists trying to have fun. We're not really looking to build a business. We're just messing around. So to be honest, it's gonna be difficult to do. But I mean, I hope you figure it out and stuff. But it's just being real. It's hard, man. Making 35 from subscriptions, $420 a month. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what your cost of living is. Like, if you lived in the Philippines or I mean, I know you don't. I'm just saying, like, if you lived in the Philippines where it doesn't cost much to survive, then you could probably easily live off, the small amount that you would get. But it's tough. You have to like purposely target like the successful streamers, and because it is a valuable service, but getting people to pay for it is the problem. Because like everything in the streaming world is free. Like OBS is free. Streaming to platforms is free. Like YouTube doesn't charge anything. Twitch doesn't charge anything. There's actually a couple platforms out there that charge something, and guess what? Nobody streams there. $1,000 would be quite decent for me right now. Yeah, that's cool. I could live off $1,000 a month too, but that's only because I'm kind of living off the good graces of my parents. If I had to support myself and I had to pay rent and utilities and all the normal stuff that everyone has to pay, I'd probably have to make about $3,000 a month to survive, just because it's so expensive to live here. But yeah, right now I can live off 1,000, but that's pretty minimal living here in the U.S. That's like a poverty level in the United States, sadly. Still here. Final touches on some code for work. Forgot to remove some console logs that were deep for debugging. Didn't catch it until I looked at the deployment. That's Boomer over on YouTube. Yeah, I honestly do hope that Vampire Frog succeeds, and I mean, he's putting a lot of work into this. Anyone that's looking for a chat, unification program, like a UniChat type thing for various platforms, should definitely consider Vampire Frog's product. I know chat's not on screen, but it's called Live Joiner. I think the website is joiner.live or something. Anyway, just look up Live Joiner and you'll probably find it. And if you're able to support him, that's great. Because he's basically the difference between what he's working on and what Social Stream is. Social Stream, it's literally just like a screen scraper. You have to have all of your windows open and then running this program like on your PC or Mac or whatever. But that basically watches all the windows and grabs stuff from them. Whereas, so basically you have to have like a ton of windows open, which uses a lot of system resources. So if you're like doing gaming streams and stuff like that, where you want to spare all of your resources for the game itself, and OBS, it's kind of a problem to have like, a bunch of browser windows open. And so Vampire Frog's solution is a little bit more elegant, where he's actually doing direct API support. So you don't have to have like any windows open. You just use his one product and it compiles everything together. It's considerably more robust, but he's doesn't have quite as many sites supported, but he's getting there. He has like pretty much, anything that any normal person would want to stream to, he already has supported. Like I'm like a weird exception that he's always using as a guinea pig, because I stream to every platform, including all the microscopic ones that nobody's heard of. So I'm probably his worst nightmare in a sense, but anyway, definitely would like to see him succeed. And if you're looking, especially if you're doing IRL streaming, the whole social stream thing, I'm probably the only person using it in IRL with 18 platforms or whatever. I would be very surprised if anyone else is doing that. So I'm kind of a non-standard person, but anyway, blah blah blah. But the cool thing about his product for IRL is that you don't have to have like a computer always on that has all the chat windows open, which is the only way I can do it with all these platforms. With his product, you could just use his product and it would capture all the stuff and send it to your chat overlay that you could add on IRL Pro or Streamlabs or whatever you're using, Prism, for your phone app thingy. So it's definitely a better solution if you don't feel like leaving a computer on at home while you're out live streaming. I've gotten used to it, but it is kind of a pain, to be honest. Back noise. I don't know if I got the voice for it today. I feel like I'm sounding like an old 90-year-old person. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I'll like suddenly transform into Morgan Freeman and have his voice for the rest of the live stream, and that wouldn't be such a bad thing. All right. Well, I'll try. Maybe I'll just read it one chapter or something, and that'll be all I can do. Be cool if I could finish. Oh, nice. So it's only one more reading to finish Genesis, and then it starts Exodus. So I'll try really hard to get through this one without croaking. So it's 4 chapters. Maybe I can make it through that. I don't know. We'll see. One thing that's also kind of annoying with Social Stream is, and I don't know, the last couple of things I've asked Steve, he hasn't responded to, so that's why I think I've somehow got on his annoying list. I don't really know what I did, because I'm always very cordial and never demand anything. I just say, here's an idea. Anyway, I suggested the idea of having a button on the app that you could toggle the visibility from a distance, because currently the only way I can like turn chat on and off is to walk like all the way over there to where the camera is and mess with it over there. So my idea was to have a button in the interface that allowed me to toggle the visibility of the overlay on the streaming setup, but he didn't respond to that. I don't know why, but anyway, I guess either he thought it was a dumb idea or he just was too busy or something. Anyway, I think it would be a super useful thing, but especially for IRL streamers that aren't right at their, streaming setup. It would also be cool to have like layout buttons, like basically you'd make the overlay 1080p, like 1920 by 1080, so it's covering the whole thing, but then you'd have buttons to like, top left, top right, bottom left, top left. You could just like move it around with the control thing. So like in this case, I want the chat to be on a certain side so it's not covering my face or, whatever. And so I could just toggle it, like flip it over there, stuff like that. Be pretty useful, but I don't know. Anyway, don't matter. I guess it's kind of an edge case, but I don't really think it is, because anyone who's doing IRL streaming could use it in certain circumstances. It is kind of an edge case, but the problem with the reason it's useful is because in IRL Pro you can't change the position of the overlays without starting and stopping the stream, which actually is kind of in my opinion, a shortcoming of the IRL Pro Android app. So maybe it's better to contact the developers of that app and see if they could expose the layout options and stuff, because like you can toggle the layers on and off without ending the stream, but they don't let you like change the positioning and stuff, which is kind of annoying. But anyway, I don't know if they're as responsive. It seems like I tried contacting IRL Pro before, and I don't remember what kind of response I got. But yeah, after like having experience like with Steve for Social Stream, how responsive he typically is, it's most developers aren't like that. Like he kind of spoils people by being so nice and helpful and polite. He's clearly a very patient person. Like I don't know if I've ever seen him get mad, even when somebody says something really dumb. He just responds with kindness. Anyway, blah, 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 tech stuff that nobody cares about. Okay. Yeah, so I'll try to get through this last reading, and then I'll probably end the stream, or not read anymore, because I don't feel like I have unlimited capacity today. Luke 8. All right, so for the last reading today, we got Genesis chapters 48 to 50, and wait a minute. What? 8. Whoops, let me fix that. Genesis chapters 48 to 50 and Luke chapter 8. All right. Well, Lord, help my voice not to disappear. Genesis chapter 48. Sometime later Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he set out with his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up in bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me and told me, 'Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you. I will make you a multitude of peoples, and will give this land to your descendants after you as an everlasting possession.' And now your 2 sons born to you in Egypt, before I came to you here, shall be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh shall be mine, just as Reuben and Simeon are mine. Any children born to you after them shall be yours, and they shall be called by the names of their brothers in the territory they inherit. Now as for me, when I was returning from Padan, to my sorrow Rachel died along the way in the land of Canaan, some distance from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road to Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. When Israel saw the sons of Joseph, he asked, 'Who are these?' Joseph said to his father, 'They are the sons God has given me in this place.' So Jacob said, 'Please bring them to me, that I may bless them.' Now Israel's eyesight was poor because of old age. He could hardly see. Joseph brought his sons to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them. 'I never expected to see your face again,' Israel said to Joseph. 'But now God has let me see your children as well.' Then Joseph removed his sons from his father's knees and bowed face down. And Joseph took both of them, with Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them close to him. But Israel stretched out his right hand and put it on the head of Ephraim the younger, and crossing his hands he put his left on Manasseh's head, although Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, 'May the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has redeemed me from all harm, may he bless these boys, and may they be called by my name and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and may they grow into a multitude upon the earth.' When Joseph saw that his father had placed his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased and took his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's. 'Not so, my father,' Joseph said. 'This one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head.' But his father refused. 'I know, my son, I know,' he said. 'He too shall become a people, and he too shall be great. Nevertheless, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his offspring shall become a multitude of nations.' So that day Jacob blessed them and said, 'By you shall Israel pronounce this blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh.' So he put Ephraim before Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, 'Look, I am about to die, but God will be with you and bring you back to the land of your fathers. And to you, as one who is above your brothers, I give the ridge of land that I took from the Amorites with my sword and bow.'" Hearing like a crunching noise. I think there's like animals eating stuff. Yeah, there's a chipmunk over there like chewing on berries. I didn't want to like interrupt the stream and look over there. I thought it might be something bigger that like was chewing on stuff, but it's just a chipmunk making a lot of noise though. It's got the mouth noises going on. There's actually a really cool spot over there that I would like to stream, but I think I might actually wait till the end of the Gospels, because there's a cross over there that's really cool. Make a nice place to read the Bible, but it'd be kind of cool to do the timing so that I'm reading about the crucifixion and stuff. Yo, thanks for the lemon, man. Can't see what that the ice cream, dude. Thanks, man. Can't see what that dude, what are you doing, man? Oh, those are those are just tests, right? You're not actually giving me stuff, right? No, but you would not be giving me a diamond. That would be insane. Yeah, you're just testing stuff. All right. I'll stop reacting. Test away. Testing social stream, but the lemons are real. Cool. Thanks, man. Diamond is less than... I know, but it's still... That's a pretty big donation on DLive or any platform, considering that I usually get 0. Anything is something, so... Anyway. Either way, real or not. If it's real, thanks. But I will not get distracted by your tests. Yeah, that kind of... Whoa, almost dropped that. That kind of stuff is the hard stuff to support. And Social Stream doesn't support all of that stuff. Like, so it's kind of annoying. Some of the platforms, like, let's see, one example is, I think it's I always forget how to say that. Soulbound. Soulbound.tv has like crypto stuff like DLive had back in the day, whatever. And people donate things there, and I sometimes don't see it because it seems like Social Stream doesn't pick up some of that stuff. So it's annoying though, because like, isn't basically if they change their API, it's just gonna, like, on any of the websites that you support, if they just like make a small change to the API, it like breaks it, right? And then you just have to like either write some script that tells you that it fails so you're aware of it, or you just have to like constantly check all your websites to like test everything to see if it's broken, or hope that the users report to you. It's like, I don't know, it seems like a lot of work to make sure everything's working all the time. Soulbound is vibe coded. You can just get their API keys and the stream keys with a network inspector. That's funny. Yeah. I don't know. I like Soulbound just because it's, I don't know, I have mixed feelings. Like, there's more activity there than other platforms because of the, it's kind of like DLive, where if you chat, you have more chance to get the open chest and stuff, and so you get people chatting, but it's kind of spam chatting. Like, I have a few friends there, so it's not all spam, but some people just come in and say, hey, nice view, and then they lurk because, like, basically how it works, if you say anything in chat, then you get 5 times the accrual of XP points for just being there lurking. So yeah, it's kind of, it encourages interaction, but it's kind of spammy sometimes depending on the people. But I don't know. Streaming in general is just like, it's all about that gimmicky stuff. Like, it's hard to actually force people to be interactive if they just want to lurk. I feel like they have a good idea, just it's probably gonna be, it'll probably be the whole Turks thing over again, like DLive had, where people just came in chat just to farm lemons, farm XP, same kind of thing. But still, it's kind of cool. I like it. It's kind of reminds me of the old DLive days. But it's so small. Like, that's the thing. Like, all these little platforms, they might have something really special. Like Beam is another example. Beam Stream. It's also pretty cool, but there's like nobody there. Like, there's so few people streaming there and there's not very many viewers there either. So I don't know how those kind of platforms are gonna like expand to be big enough to be self-sustaining, but whatever. I guess it's not my problem, but it's kind of sad because I'd rather see those small platforms thrive and the big platforms disappear, to be honest, but it's probably not going to happen. Anyway. Doop-a-doo. I wouldn't be surprised if all the platforms seem like it's very profitable. But whatever, we'll see. Genesis chapter 49. Then Jacob called for his sons and said, "Gather around so that I can tell you what will happen to you in the days to come. Come together and listen, O sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power. Uncontrolled as the waters, you will no longer excel, because you went up to your father's bed onto my couch and defiled it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. May I never enter their council. May I never join their assembly, for they kill men in their anger and hamstring oxen on a whim. Cursed be their anger, for it is strong, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will disperse them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the necks of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down to you. Judah is a young lion. My son, you return from the prey. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down. Like a lioness, who dares to rouse him? The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the staff from between his feet, until Shiloh comes, and the allegiance of the nations is his. He ties his donkey to the vine, his colt to the choicest branch. He washes his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, and his teeth are whiter than milk. Zebulun shall dwell by the seashore and become a harbor for ships. His border shall extend to Sidon. Issachar is a strong donkey, lying down between the sheepfolds. He saw that his resting place was good, and that his land was pleasant, so he bent his shoulder to the burden and submitted to labor as a servant. Dan shall provide justice for his people as one of the tribes of Israel. He will be a snake by the road, a viper in the path that bites the horse's heels so that its rider tumbles backward. I await your salvation, O Lord. Gad will be attacked by raiders, but he will attack their heels. Asher's food will be rich. He shall provide royal delicacies. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears beautiful fawns. Joseph is a fruitful vine by a spring, whose branches scale the wall. The archers attacked him with bitterness. They aimed at him in hostility. Yet he steadied his bow, and his strong arms were tempered by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. In the name of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, by the God of your father who helps you, and by the Almighty who blesses you, with blessings of the heavens above, with blessings of the depths below, with blessings of the breasts and womb. The blessings of your father have surpassed the blessings of the ancient mountains and the bounty of the everlasting hills. May they rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince of his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey. In the evening he divides the plunder. These are the tribes of Israel, 12 in all, and this was what their father said to them. He blessed them, and he blessed each one with a suitable blessing. Then Jacob instructed them, I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite. The cave is in the field of Machpelah, near Mamre in the land of Canaan. This is the field Abraham purchased from Ephron the Hittite as a burial site. There Abraham and his wife Sarah are buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah are buried, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave that is in it were purchased from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished instructing his sons, he pulled his feet into the bed and breathed his last, and he was gathered to his people. Who knows, mine? Thing is, you don't even need video to get your views, which is the useful part of streamers. You just need Telegram and RSS and other tech. Live stream thing is for hanging out only. They're always sass and chat people trying to be funny. Most fun streams are when chat interacts with some kind of game show. Yeah, I haven't seen those kind of streams in ages, honestly. And it's partially because I don't really watch live streams anymore. There's like, I don't know, probably less than 5 or around 5 streamers that I actually watch on a semi-regular basis. I don't know, I got kind of bored with it. And I feel like I'm in the same crowd. I'm like, everybody's bored with me. It's just, we all just kind of lost our major passion for it. We just still, I don't know why we're still doing it. For me, it's not about trying to be successful or interesting. I feel like it's weird. I'm actually doing a bunch of stuff that nobody else does, but because it's me, it doesn't work. So I already know that I can't make streaming work for me or be good at it because my ideas or my content is good. Like if you had an actual interesting person, a popular type streamer sitting out here with these beautiful scenes and stuff, they would do way better. Like people would actually think, oh wow, look at that. But because it's me, it's nobody gives a rip. And same with the bookbinding thing, crafts and stuff are just, I do a bunch of stuff that's relatively unique, but I just don't have the energy for, I'm just old, basically when you get old, there's a very small chance that you're going to still be interesting to the crowds. And I'm just like, I don't care anymore. I don't really care. But yeah, there's definitely things you can do, but the thing is, if you don't hit the critical mass, even if you do the coolest stuff ever, and if there's nobody there to like talk about it, then it's just dumb. Like imagine doing a game show and then there's nobody chatting about it. You're just like, it's just so awkward and cringe if you're doing something, even if it's cool, if there's nobody to react to it. Like it's just because the content essentially is the reactions, like getting a reaction out of the streamer, getting a laugh, that's the whole draw for live streaming, is that you can actually affect the content. Like that's what makes it so fun. You can say something and the streamer laughs, or they say what you said out loud, that's the whole point. So if there's nobody there, it's just a complete dead zone, waste of time, For me though, I don't think it's done. Like my streaming life cycle came and went. I'm not under a delusion to think that the best days are still ahead or something. I'll think positive stuff. Like, yeah, whatever. I don't really care. But the reason I continue to do it because I don't really have much else going on, and it kind of keeps me encouraged and sane because I don't have much of a life anyway. Plus, it's more about the spiritual stuff anyway, so I know there's nobody that really wants to watch some old guy reading the Bible, but eventually, maybe like 6 months from now, after I've been doing it long enough, maybe a few people will drop by. That's kind of the hope. I don't really care if there's a crowd, as long as there's somebody out there that's being blessed by it. That's good enough for me. And I think, somebody out there is probably being blessed by it. Actually, when I did this last year, it went a lot better. The problem is that I took like a 10-month break from doing it, so all the people that were watching me back then just disappeared. But it was actually going pretty well last year before I, let it fizzle. So we'll see. Maybe it'll happen again. The other thing is like, there's this. It sounds weak and funny, but I don't know if Vampire Frog is still here, but there's this platform called younow.com. And I actually would like to stream there. I was streaming there before. The problem is they only support WHIP, WHIP, which uses, WebRTC technology or whatever. So because of that, I can't send a mirror of my stream to that platform because the restreaming thing that I use only does RTMP. So, but anyway, that platform actually I had some traction when I was doing the Bible readings, but it's kind of I don't know. I stopped streaming there because of that, but essentially the only way to do it is to like leave my computer on at home and then like stream to my computer directly, and then through OBS I could send out the WHIP stream to you now, but it's just like it's not worth all that extra work, so I gave up on it. But people who watch live streams are in a weird mood, and you have to stimulate them with video games and pretty pictures and sound. Yeah, it's the same as social media. People just want a quick fix. They're not in it for like anything serious. They're not there to try to change their lives and seek God and stuff, generally speaking. So, I mean, it's just not the right venue for what I'm doing to really make a huge impact. But I don't care, because in my opinion, if someone even just by chance comes by the stream, this is about a faith thing. It's not about anything I'm doing special. So I believe that God's word is powerful, and so that even in what looks to me like pretty boring content and nothing spectacular, because it's God's word is special, and it has the power to do the things, not me. So I'm going to do it anyway. Plus, even if nobody's impacted or nobody watches, it's still like important for me to do it, just for my own spiritual walk. So anyway, PewDiePie got big with videos and the live streaming came later. Yeah, that's true. But I don't want to be big, and besides, he basically, he's a grown man that had to act like a 5-year-old, and that's the only way he was able to succeed. And he also apparently got tired of it, because now he's totally acting pretty much like an adult. Like, he doesn't get on the screen and do all his like stupid goofy stuff anymore. Hey, bird. And so yeah, he kind of grew out of it, and he doesn't really do it anymore. And the videos, I actually really like his videos now. I couldn't even stand watching it before. It was just like complete immature stuff. But like lately he's been doing like tech videos. Like he switched to Linux, and he set up like a server and stuff. I find that stuff way more interesting than any of the stuff he used to do. Like I tried watching some of his stuff before. It was like complete cringe. I couldn't even stand to watch it. But you can get some traction if you do debates. Yeah, it's about the last thing I want to do, though. But yeah, there's a lot of things that could work, but somebody else has to do them. Like, there's good ideas, somebody else can do them. It's not for me. I don't know. I shouldn't even be live streaming at all, to be honest. I'm literally the kind of person that like everybody overlooks in life. I'm not trying to be like a downer, but I'm not extraordinary at all. Like, I'm just a normal, boring person, and I just chose to take it on mainly because I'm a nerd and I like techie stuff. But as far as like being interesting and somebody that people want to watch, I was never that kind of person. So I'm just not the right kind of person to be good at it. And I've accepted that. Like, I used to feel bad about it. I felt like, oh, I'm so useless or something for a while, like a year or so when I was trying really hard. I felt like all my efforts were a waste, and, woe is me. I kind of got over that, though. I'm just like, I don't even care anymore, to be honest. It's true. You're absolutely right. I suck at debates, man. But I don't even like it. Like, it's kind of torturous for me, to be honest. debates. Like, that's like my least favorite thing. Here, but I 100% concede to that. I would 100% lose 100%. I'm pretty good at tossing rocks about 4.5 feet away. Okay. I'm gonna finish this reading and then be done for the day. I think I have some voice, so I can maybe make it through. See, this is the situation I was talking about earlier, though. It'd be nice if I could toggle chat on and off. Like right now, I would want chat to show on my stream so other people could see who I'm talking to and how the conversation's going. Thanks for reminding me about TikTok, though. I do need to do more shorts, not for the sake of TikTok, because TikTok is totally dead, but for my YouTube channel, it's actually kind of useful. Problem is, I can never think of what to do. I need to do less of the like generic views, like, hey, look, here's a view, here's where I am. I need to do more stuff like more specific, specialized, like look at the flowers, or the basically, if I had a vast tome of information in my brain about all of the scientific and natural wonders, then I could probably do well with it. But I don't know that stuff, and I don't want to learn that stuff. I don't care, so I just show the views, and it's dumb, but whatever. I don't care anymore. Tossing rocks. That would actually probably work. Like if I just said, I am tossing the rocks. Look at this. It would actually do better than literally everything I've ever tried. Because it I don't know, just people are weird. People watch random junk. I don't know what people are doing with their lives, but they like to just waste time about random junk. They'd rather do that than, something meaningful. Okay, anyway, on with it. But yeah, I don't have a way to toggle the chat on and off unless I walk all the way over there, so it's kind of a pain. Do you, by the way, just get a slow-mo camera and toss rocks? It probably would, I don't know, someone would watch it. Complete waste of time, but somebody would probably watch it. If I was just making dumb, nonsensical faces, and tossing rocks, and it was like panning, like flashing, like from my random stupid face up, like a Mr. Bean crap angle, and then zooming into where the rocks are like landing in slow-mo on the ground like you're talking about. Somehow that would get a bunch of views. It literally has no meaning or value, but people would watch it. It's just, yep. It's all about the memes. All right. Not for me, though. Somebody else can take that idea and run with it. Make $1 million. I don't care. Oh, but anyway, I was going to ask, like, one thing that would be cool on the on your chat thing is if there was a way to toggle the visibility. I don't know if your tool has like a very simplified control panel that you can use on one phone. But like in my scenario, I have a phone in my hand that I'm using to kind of control the stream in various aspects. But the actual video phone, the phone that's really running the stream, is way over there. So I can't really reach over there, obviously, without disrupting the stream. So I kind of need a control panel to do stuff like that. So I don't know if you have any of that going on, but there's times when you can disable TTS and sounds but not chat itself. Gotcha. But anyway, that for my particular situation, that would be solid gold. I wish Steve on Social Stream would add that feature. I mentioned it in his Discord, but he didn't respond, so probably didn't catch the vision. Has a pop-out for the channel list in the chat log. Gotcha. But yeah, basically what I'm talking about is like the overlay. Like I'll demonstrate just so you know what I'm talking about. if I want to show chat on screen, this is what I have to do. I have to get up out of my chair, completely break the flow of the stream, walk way over here, get behind the camera, which isn't always possible because it might be like, against a wall or something. Come over here and then like click on the screen a couple times and then wait a minute. Like I have to do all that junk just to get the chat to show up. So it'd be nice to have like a way to do that remotely or whatever. But yeah, anyway. I'm going to turn it back off because I'm going to do the rest of the Bible reading. I wish that cross-domain stuff wasn't such a problem, because like if, the XSS or whatever, the cross-domain stuff, like it seems like every time you try to put stuff in an iframe, it has some warning or some problem. But like if I could put everything in an iframe and then just write my own script to hide and show it, inside its own layer, then, I could overcome that problem just with my own solutions. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how else to do that kind of junk. Anyway. All right. Back to Genesis 50. Looks like a shorter one. Then kind of a long chapter in Luke after that. Genesis chapter 50. Then Joseph fell upon his father's face, wept over him, and kissed him. And Joseph directed the physicians in his service to embalm his father Israel. So they embalmed him, taking the 40 days required to complete the embalming. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. When the days of mourning had passed, Joseph said to Pharaoh's court, "If I have found favor in your eyes, please tell Pharaoh that my father made me swear an oath when he said, 'I am about to die. You must bury me in the tomb that I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Now let me go and bury my father and then return.' Pharaoh replied, 'Go up and bury your father as he made you swear to do.' Then Joseph went to bury his father, and all the servants of Pharaoh accompanied him, the elders of Pharaoh's household and all the elders of the land of Egypt, along with all of Joseph's household and his brothers and his father's household. Only their children and flocks and herds were left in Goshen. Chariots and horsemen alike went up with him, and it was an exceedingly large procession. When they reached the threshing floor of Atad, which is across the Jordan, they lamented and wailed loudly, and Joseph mourned for his father 7 days. When the Canaanites of the land saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, "This is a solemn ceremony of mourning by the Egyptians." Thus the place across the Jordan is called Abel Mizraim. So Jacob's sons did as he had charged them. They carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave at Machpelah in the field near Mamre, which Abraham had purchased from Ephron the Hittite as a burial site. After Joseph had buried his father, he returned to Egypt with his brothers and all who had gone with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Joseph bears a grudge? Then he will surely repay us for all the evil that we did to him." So they sent word to Joseph, saying, "Before he died, your father commanded, 'This is what you are to say to Joseph. I beg you, please forgive the transgression and sin of your brothers, for they did you wrong. So now, Joseph, please forgive the transgression of the servants of the God of your father." When their message came to him, Joseph wept. His brothers also came to him, bowed down before him, and said, "We are your slaves." But Joseph replied, "Do not be afraid. Am I in the place of God? As for you, what you intended against me for evil, God intended for good, in order to accomplish a day like this, to preserve the lives of many people. Therefore do not be afraid. I will provide for you and your little ones." So Joseph reassured his brothers and spoke kindly to them. Now Joseph and his father's household remained in Egypt, and Joseph lived to the age of 110. He saw Ephraim's sons to the third generation, and indeed the sons of Machir, son of Manasseh, were brought up on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will surely visit you and bring you up from this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." And Joseph made the sons of Israel take an oath and said, "God will surely attend to you, and then you must carry my bones up from this place." So Joseph died at the age of 110, and they embalmed his body and placed it in a coffin in Egypt. All right. Got one more chapter. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it. Sometimes do carry over chapters when I'm feeling like it's time. Somebody just drove up here, around here somewhere, so I might have to end the stream if they want to use the space or make a bunch of noise or whatever. We'll see. They might just come up for the view and head back down. I don't know. We'll see what they do. I need to take another break, though. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Phone's still going so far. Hidden well enough. There's actually so many cool angles up here today. I could literally just stay up here all day with what I'm seeing here. There's a super nice angle right back over there too. If my throat wasn't bothering me with probably the smoke or whatever, I probably would just keep going, but I feel like I'm kind of getting close to hitting my limit at this point. the thing is, like, with my streaming stuff, I don't promote myself. I never once have. So I've never even actually tried to make this work. And what I mean by that is I don't like, I don't do social media and post when I'm about to go live. I don't like try to build a community there, a bunch of followers on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, Instagram. And all that stuff makes a huge difference. I could totally build a community of, like for example, like where I'm reading the Bible outside. Enjoy that experience. You know, I get able to watch it. I've literally not what I'm doing, so dude, I just don't really feel like it. So I don't know. I just feel like if it's meant to happen, it'll just happen. I don't really want to force it or push for it. I know that sounds weird, but I just don't really want to. As soon as you walked away, the Sky program started glitching, I swear. The Sky program? What are you talking about? I don't want chicks, honestly. I know that sounds weird, but I'm an old-fashioned one-woman kind of guy, so I want, it's either one person or nobody. I don't want, like, a bunch of people. You could build a Smurf community out there. Sound is choppy. Can be Gargamel. Will you be motivated if your streaming got you chicks? Nope. Anyway, that's a combination of Senor Burro. Can't speak Spanish, but anyway, they're over on D Live. In case anybody's wondering who I'm talking to, could turn chat on, but yeah, and it's not what motivates me. But yeah, go for it if that's what you're all about. It's not what I'm all about. I don't think anybody should seek chicks, plural. And if they seek a woman, they'd probably do better to find one that is not classified as a chick. But call me old-fashioned, that's what I am. Alright. Anyway, there was this cool angle over here I might check out. At least show what I was talking about. Here, I can turn that on now. Senor Burro means Mr. Yeah. Mr. Bull, isn't it? What is Burro? I can't remember. Mr. Donkey, right? Mr. Donkey. Anyway, there's this cool shot over here with like flowers in the foreground. Yeah, I don't care if I die single. I've been married before. I know what hell it is to be with the wrong persons. Looking for girls just based on their physical appearance is not a good standard. Call me. CF speech looks so vulgar. Indeed. Anyway, were you serious that my audio went choppy for a while or something? Because that would be useful feedback if that's the case. Or is it working now? It's possible I'm using a wireless mic and it could be getting low on battery, so I might swap it out if that's the case. I think I'll do it just anyway because it has like a limited life to it. I don't know what the time limit is, but it's only good for a certain number of hours. Can see the ants. Really? Can you actually see the ants? Is it that high res that you can see them moving? There's definitely ants here, but I'd be kind of surprised if you could literally see them. Anyway, we'll see. I might read the Luke chapter here just to get one more angle, and then if I get rejuvenated, if the smoke isn't like killing me, I might keep going, but I don't know. Can't really see the screen though. Oh, in his house. I don't see the ants, but I do see a pest above me. Gotcha. Catty. Oh, if only I could move one of those over here. I guess those people were just coming up for a temporary view. That's what most normal people do. I don't really hang out like for 6 hours like I am. Oh, that's another, did you guys just get that massive glitch on the chat? That's one glitch that I've been trying to make Steve from Social Stream be aware of. Is this actually like, because the thing is I don't, are you actually here, Angel? Because the chat program I'm using sometimes glitches out and like pulls in old messages. I think that's actually what is actually going on. Why did those messages like just randomly pop in there, like a million at once? That's really weird. I think it's a glitch, to be honest. Burrow, is Catty like a woman or like an anime consumer? That's all like way out of my... That was weird, like all those messages just like randomly appeared. I think it's a glitch. I don't think that's actually happening right now. But yeah, it's like this weird thing where Social Stream, since it's like screen scraping, I don't know, something goes out to lunch and it just pulls in like a bunch of old messages, and I don't really know. I've tried to figure out exactly what causes it, and I don't know what it is. Unless that's something that maybe that's something that Vampire Frog facilitated with his experiments. I don't know. Anyway, it's weird. I've seen that happen before though, where it pulls in a bunch of junk from like hours ago. Okay, I'm gonna try to get like a artistic angle here just for this last bit. Try to get like super close up stuff and then focus on the distance. Probably won't work, but we'll try it anyway. I can't get low enough to get really, I wanted to try to get super close to these flowers, but they're too low to the ground to really show them up close. Oh well, I tried. Also, if I put it too close to the ground, it'll probably kill the stream. It won't be a signal down there. Alright, so I need to be in that way a bit. Alright, and before I forget, I need to change out the microphone just in case. It's just a super long stream. I don't even know when I started. It's probably been like 4 hours or something crazy. Yay, look at all the spammers on Kick. It's so much fun. Okay, here we go. I feel like that's what Kick is all. That's all that's left of Kick is a bunch of spammer, fake follow Discord bots. It's pretty cool stuff, basically. Pretty awesome stuff. Is it bad news to be out here at night? Not really. Well, I don't know. I don't do it. It probably would be fine. Obviously, it depends on how well you're equipped. If you have good lighting, make sure you can see around a little bit. And I don't usually carry a handgun, but if you had one, that would make you feel a little safer. And I do have bear spray. It's not like there's nothing unsafe about the humanity part of it. There's no one that's going to mess with you. Like, no one's going to hurt you or anything like that. It's just wild animal concerns or, falling over in the dark or something like that. They popped in because you have Kick linked to Beam and a blah, blah, spin. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, well, that partially explains it, but it also, like, a bunch of messages came in like at once, including the one from Angel. I don't know if Angel was actually here or if that was literally just a weird glitch. Anyway, whatever. I do appreciate the feedback, though. It's very rare that there's anyone here to help me with stuff when it goes wrong, so it's always appreciated. But yeah, I don't think I can go too much longer, so I'm probably just gonna do the one chapter reading and then be on my way. Make sure I'm going to be in the frame here. Should work. All right. Oh, I forgot all this time. I think I had it on I've had it on a lower exposure. Hopefully it's not crazy dark when I get home. It probably will be. Completely forgot about that. Because I was doing the sunset stream, or sunrise stream earlier, and I had it like on a massive negative exposure. It's probably still set on that, and I hope it's not like, it's probably been like super dark and stupid looking this whole time. Oh well. Let's see. I usually do like negative 0.6 EV, and I had it like on negative 1.3 because of the sunrise this morning. I kind of forgot. Oh well. Whatever. Use this rock to my advantage. All right, I'll put you guys out of your misery soon. Well, you could just leave, you know, if it's that bad, but I won't be going for too much longer. Okay, that idea didn't work, but oh well. All right, so I just got one more chapter to read, and then I'll probably head out. I think I'm about done. I've had enough. Except I can't see my screen. I have to switch phones because there's a massive glare on this one. All right, see you, Vampire Frogs. Thanks for hanging out and whatever. I know it's kind of boring, but you probably stuck around because I was talking tech for a while. Anyway, appreciate the company for a bit. Have a good one. All right, so let's mess this up. I already forgot what chapter it was on. Seems like it was Luke 11, I want to say. Oh no, it was Luke 8. Okay. All right, one more chapter. Luke chapter 8. Need to make sure it's still working though. Ugh. Oh yeah, I'm starting to see some clouds come in. I wouldn't be surprised if those are the ones that will eventually become storm clouds, because there's supposed to be, ouch, supposed to be a storm later today. Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Whoa. Hey, Lilu. How's it going? Thanks for the diamond. Wow, wow, wow. I can't. Wow. Can't say it like that guy, but if I could, I would. All right, so I am doing a daily Bible reading. I'm about done. I've done like a bunch of reading today, actually. I have one more chapter to go, and then I'm probably going to head out. So finish that up and then be on my way. Luke chapter 8. Soon afterward, Jesus traveled from one town and village to another, preaching and proclaiming the good news of the kingdom of God. The 12 were with him, as well as some women who had been healed of evil spirits and infirmities. Mary called Magdalene, from whom 7 demons had gone out. Joanna, the wife of Herod's household manager Chuza, Susanna, and many others. These women were ministering to them out of their own means. While a large crowd was gathering and people were coming to Jesus from town after town, he told them this parable. A farmer went out to sow his seed, and as he was sowing, some seed fell along the path, where it was trampled, and the birds of the air devoured it. Some fell on rocky ground, and when it came up, the seedlings withered because they had no moisture. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew up with it and choked the seedlings. Still other seed fell on good soil, where it sprang up and produced a crop, 100-fold. As Jesus said this, he called out, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." Then his disciples asked him what this parable meant. He replied, "The knowledge of the mysteries of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to others I speak in parables, so that, though seeing, they may not see, though hearing, they may not understand. Now this is the meaning of the parable. The seed is the word of God. The seeds along the path are those who hear, but the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts, so that they may not believe and be saved. The seeds on rocky ground are those who hear the word and receive it with joy, but they have no root. They believe for a season, but in the time of testing they fall away. The seeds that fell among the thorns are those who hear, but as they go on their way, they are choked by the worries, riches, and pleasures of this life, and their fruit does not mature. But the seeds on good soil are those with a noble and good heart, who hear the word, cling to it, and by persevering produce a crop. No one lights a lamp and covers it with a jar or puts it under a bed. Instead, he sets it on a stand, so those who enter can see the light. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be made known and brought to light. Pay attention, therefore, to how you listen. Whoever has will be given more, but whoever does not have, even what he thinks he has will be taken away from him." Then Jesus' mother and brothers came to see him, but they were unable to reach him because of the crowd. He was told, "Your mother and brothers are standing outside wanting to see you." But he replied, "My mother and brothers are those who hear the word of God and carry it out." One day Jesus said to his disciples, "Let us cross to the other side of the lake." So he got into a boat with them and set out. As they sailed, he fell asleep, and a windstorm came down on the lake, so that the boat was being swamped, and they were in great danger. The disciples went and woke him, saying, "Master, Master, we are perishing." Then Jesus got up and rebuked the wind and the raging waters, and they subsided, and all was calm. "Where is your faith?" he asked. Frightened and amazed, they asked one another, "Who is this? He commands even the winds and the water, and they obey him." Then they sailed to the region of the Gerasenes, across the lake from Galilee. When Jesus stepped ashore, he was met by a demon-possessed man from the town. For a long time this man had not worn clothing or lived in a house, but he stayed in the tombs. When the man saw Jesus, he cried out and fell down before him, shouting in a loud voice, "What do you want with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I beg you not to torture me." For Jesus had commanded the unclean spirit to come out of the man. Many times it had seized him, and though he was bound with chains and shackles, he had broken the chains and been driven by the demon into solitary places. "What is your name?" Jesus asked. "Legion," he replied, because many demons had gone into him. And the demons kept begging Jesus not to order them to go into the abyss. There on the hillside a large herd of pigs was feeding, so the demons begged Jesus to let them enter the pigs, and he gave them permission. Then the demons came out of the man and went into the pigs, and the herd rushed down the steep bank into the lake and was drowned. When those tending the pigs saw what had happened, they ran off and reported this in the town and countryside. So the people went out to see what had happened. They came to Jesus and found the man whom the demons had left sitting at Jesus' feet, clothed and in his right mind, and they were afraid. Meanwhile, those who had seen it reported how the demon-possessed man had been healed. Then all the people of the region of the Gerasenes asked Jesus to depart from them, because great fear had taken hold of them. So he got into the boat and started back. The man whom the demons had left begged to go with Jesus, but he sent him away, saying, "Return home and describe how much God has done for you." So the man went away and proclaimed all over the town how much Jesus had done for him. When Jesus returned, the crowd welcomed him, for they had all been waiting for him. Just then a synagogue leader named Jairus came and fell at Jesus' feet. He begged him to come to his house, because his only daughter, who was about 12, was dying. As Jesus went with him, the crowds pressed around him, including a woman who had suffered from bleeding for 12 years. She had spent all her money on physicians, but no one was able to heal her. She came up behind Jesus and touched the fringe of his cloak, and immediately her bleeding stopped. "Who touched me?" Jesus asked, but they all denied it. "Master," said Peter, "the people are crowding and pressing against you." But Jesus declared, "Someone touched me, for I know that power has gone out from me." Then the woman, seeing that she could not escape notice, came trembling and fell down before him. In the presence of all the people, she explained why she had touched him and how she had immediately been healed. "Daughter," said Jesus, "your faith has healed you. Go in peace." While he was still speaking, someone arrived from the house of the synagogue leader. "Your daughter is dead," he told Jairus. "Do not bother the teacher anymore." But Jesus overheard them and said to Jairus, "Do not be afraid, just believe and she will be healed." When he entered the house, he did not allow anyone to go in with him except Peter, John, James, and the child's father and mother. Meanwhile, everyone was weeping and mourning for her. But Jesus said, "Stop weeping. She is not dead, but asleep." And they laughed at him, knowing that she was dead. But Jesus took her by the hand and called out, "Child, get up." Her spirit returned, and at once she got up, and he directed that she be given something to eat. Her parents were astounded, but Jesus ordered them not to tell anyone what had happened. All right, finally made it through. My voice actually feels better now, but now it's like, it's super hot. So I'm probably going to head out just for that. And it's probably because I'm sitting on this super light colored stuff and it's reflecting like into my face and stuff. But anyway, I think I will probably call it good. I've done quite a bit of reading. So let's see, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I did 4 readings. It's almost a week's worth because there's 5 readings per week, so almost a full week. But anyway, my battery is probably gonna die pretty soon anyway, so I've done enough today. I mainly wanted to get out because I knew there was going to be a break in the stormy weather that we've been having, and this was it. So I don't know. There's a chance it might. I mean, they're really bad at predicting the weather here, so it might actually not turn out as bad as they say, and then maybe I can do more stuff later. I might actually do another live stream later when I get home because there's this woodworking project that I was working on probably about a year ago, and it basically I have this huge tabletop board thing that I just kind of assumed would be pretty strong, but in reality it's kind of like a cutting board. You know how like a lot of cutting boards are like many different pieces of wood glued together into one plank. The tabletop is kind of like that, and I guess I knew that, but I didn't realize that it wasn't that strong. And so anyway, the 2 of the pieces that were glued together just snapped apart, so I need to add some support boards that go perpendicular to where the glued pieces are so that it'll stay together. So it shouldn't be like that big of a project, but I'll probably live stream it just because it's something to do. And I did show like the rest of the construction of that last year, so whatever, may as well. I don't know if I'll do that today though. It just kind of depends on if the weather continues to be acceptable or if it gets all nasty all of a sudden. But anyway, there's a slight chance I might do that later today or some other time if I need to. Oh, got a spider on me. But yeah, I think I'll head out. I've been yammering for a good number of hours now. Maybe I'll do one quick pan around to show some of the views and stuff, and then I'll be on my way. Can't even see the screen on this thing. Massive glare. A lot of cool like wildflowers up here. They're probably just weeds and stuff, but they still look cool. Should take a couple pictures there. Might do a short up here. I don't know. Even though all my shorts are kind of repetitive and boring, I still do them just because people actually watch those on YouTube a little bit at least. And then get a close-up of these if I can. These are the ones I was actually trying to get close to, and I couldn't really make the angle work, but if I do that, it might work. Hill or mound or whatever is kind of covered with these little pink ones. I'm gonna head out, so thanks for joining me. I will catch you all next time.